Thank you for joining us today. I'm Carissa Terway with Mimaki USA, and I'm here with Joel Thomas, and a couple other of our Mimaki people are on here and will help with questions as well. And that will be Hugo Gonzalez and Alex Pano and Mech are here. So what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about RasterLink, and we have talked about this a couple times before, but we're going to get down into a lot of the tips and tricks that I'd really like to share with you guys. And just so you know, in the chat, there's a link to a lot of different files that we're going to be talking about today and going through. And I want you guys to take the time and go and download those. Now, that link is only going to be good for 7 days, so please go ahead and download it as soon as you can. So we're going to be going through the Braille app today. And I'm also going to be really focusing in and showing you guys about favorites and how that can really increase your production. And you'll have less time in RasterLink if you will go and set up and save out your favorites. And then I'm also going to give you some ICC profiles that you can add in, and Joel will explain that to you a little bit later. I have some Pantone charts in here for you guys. I'm not going to be going through a presentation today. I'm actually going to be going through RasterLink, but there is a PDF of my presentation that I usually have, and then Joel's presentation he's going to give for you today. And in those PDFs, you'll see that there are live links, not only just to videos, but also to some of our websites and educational documents that you can find through links there as well. And then I wanted to show you that I'm giving you a whole bunch of different sample files. So the reason why I'm giving you a whole bunch of these sample files is so that you can take these files and load them into RasterLink yourself. And then you can see how I've set up the files because I've given you the Illustrator documents as well. So I'm hoping that if I give you guys some of this stuff, then you can follow along with the presentation and this video later on, and you'll be able to get better at RasterLink. I also have the UV texture libraries in here. If you guys don't know about the UV texture libraries, that will be in there. And then I've also added that font for the Braille application. That's the best font that me and Hugo like to use. And so I've added that there for you as well. RasterLink7 recently allows you to add profiles actually without having to close RasterLink. And so I gave you a how-to on installing new profiles for your machine. So this is some of the files that we'll be going through today. And I hope that you guys will take the time to go ahead and download these files. All right. So this is the presentation that I usually give, but instead of that, that's usually a lot longer class for the in-person classes. But today we're just going to go directly into RasterLink. And we're also going to be talking about RasterLink tools. So later on, when we get into the Braille, we'll talk about the RasterLink tools, and in the presentations you can find where you can go on mimaki.com to download the newest versions of the RasterLink tools. And a lot of you also know that we have the Finecut. So don't get confused by the Finecut and the Mimaki RasterLink tools. These are two different plugins that you can go and download at mimaki.com. So the RasterLink tools is really going to be able to help you find, not only is it going to help you with the Braille, which we'll go over later, but it'll also help you get cut lines. So if you want to make this text cut lines so that RasterLink sees it, all you have to do is click this first button here, and you'll see that it automatically makes a spot color with the name cut contour that you will need for RasterLink to see your cut line. If you don't want it to go on on that and you want to go around it, then you can use this, what is the frame extract, and you can tell it how much you want around it. You can also go on the inside of it. So I wanted to let you guys know that this is an easy way for you to be able to create cut lines, and you'll notice it also changed it to cut contour number 2. In one of the files that I'm giving you, I'm also going to give you one where it has 2 cut conditions. But just in case you guys don't know, if you want to add a different cut line, so if you want 2 different types of cut lines in the same document, maybe you want a half cut where you want it to kiss cut the sticker on the inside and then it go and perf cut the outside. It's very easy to do. You can go over here and click new swatch, and all you have to do is name it cut contour 2, cut contour half. You can name it whatever you would like to, just make sure you don't have a space in there. And then you can change it to whatever color you need so that you can see the difference. And now you'll see that you have a cut contour 1 and you'll have a cut contour 2. And that's important because later when we're into RasterLink, I'm going to show you how in the document you can set 2 different cut conditions through RasterLink that coincides with your settings, the cut settings that you've set up on your machine. So I hope that helps, especially with the RasterLink tools that you can have for Illustrator, and this is also available for CorelDRAW. All right, well, let's get into RasterLink. So let's just start at the top. So everybody knows how that you can go in and open or restore files here, or you can drag and drop it into RasterLink7. You'll notice that I have RasterLink7 3.32. This is the newest RasterLink, and it will also, when you update, it'll also ask you to update your driver at the same time. So be aware of that. If you're still on RasterLink 6 Plus and you're wanting to move to RasterLink 7, remember that once you go over to RasterLink 7, there's not a lot of going back, but there is a way for you to migrate your old files and your backups to the RasterLink 7. But I really do like the newest update, and we'll go over some of the things that it has added recently. So everybody knows that this is just how to find another way to find all of the things that you're looking for over here that we have icons for is over here in the function setting. But I would like to go through this tool section with you guys for a little bit because I don't think a whole lot of people understand that this is where our color collections are. And this is also the new way that you can add in color profiles to your RasterLink. So let's go to color collection really quick. So color collection, a lot of the times when the installer installed your RasterLink, they might not have known to come in and add or turn on your color collections. So see here, you'll notice that mine are not engaged. And these color collections are important, especially if you're looking for a Pantone color that is in some of your artwork. Or if you want to do color replacement with a different Pantone on the fly without having to change your artwork, you'll want to come in here and turn on these color collections so that you can find them in your color replacement options. So you'll want to go and click those on and click close, and I'll show you in a little bit where you can find those in the color replacement. Also under the tools, I want to show you guys how to do a CMYK color chart. A lot of people don't know that this is here, and I wanted to show you guys how to create a color chart if your customer is having a hard time finding their blue. So what we're going to do is we're going to come up here and you can name it. Maybe we're going to have it going to be a Ford blue. And we're trying to find that exact Ford blue that they're wanting. So I'm going to add a name here, and then I'm going to come over here to my base colors, and I'm going to select that I want 4 different types of blue to choose from. So once I choose how many base colors I want and I've added a name, I'm going to select the green button. Anytime in RasterLink, when you see one of these green buttons, that means that you can make a preset. So we're going to add that green button, and you'll see that now it has given me the option to make a new color chart. So what we'll say first is when they're asking you about this font, it's asking you about the font size that's over here. And then I was going to let you know also that this is displayed based on a fixed size. So this red line here is going to show you what page size that you have. Or you can select this and you can actually select your UCJV 330 if you want to, and then it will show you the media size right here. I just want to be able to show you this so that you know that if it's selected here, it's only going to use an A4 size, but if you select here, then you can change the width of the media here. Okay, so say we're looking for a Ford blue. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in here and change. Maybe we've looked on our PMS palette and we've looked at our color bridge, and we're looking at some different swatches that are pretty close to what we're looking for. So we'll start with a darker blue. Maybe we've got 90, maybe we've got 10 on this one. Let's go 100, let's go 20, and let's go 40. So now we have variations of blue. Maybe you want to make them a little bit closer, but this gives us some different variations of blue. Right now, it's telling me that the patch size that I'm making is 0.7. You can change the patch size if you want to, especially if you're going to be using a color meter. You might need them to be a little bit larger. You can definitely do that. And then, so once we have our 4 base colors, you'll see the base colors that we'll have. It's going to have those base colors named in these triangles. So what we're going to do is we're going to, let me zoom out so I can show you guys how this does it. And now you've made variations of these blue colors so that you can print out this chart for your customer, or for them to choose, or you can select which one that you want. So after we have it set up, okay, this is what I want. These are the blues that I want. I'm going to come up here and I'm going to select update. That's very important to select that update, and that's going to save your Ford blue. So now you have it in your drop-down menu up here. So after you have your blues exactly the way that you want it, then you're going to come over here to File, and you can do Create Job, or you can create it as a PDF and it can save out, and you can bring it into Illustrator as well. But we're going to select Create Job. And then when you create job, then you can find which machine that you have in RasterLink that you want to send it to. And if you had a favorite set up, because maybe it's for a banner, then you can select the favorite that you have. And then we're going to select OK. And then it's going to send it over to the printer. And it'll come down at the bottom. And then you can go in there and print that out. Be aware that whatever profile that you print this color out on is going to be the same profile that you'll need to use for the end job, because you don't want to print the color chart at a different profile than you are printing the job at. But a lot of people don't know that that is there, and it is. And you have a RGB color chart that you can do. You can do special color charts, like if you have white or clear ink, and maybe you're looking to do white at a certain opacity, that can help you on that. And also, this is also where the profile manager is, and Joel will be going through the profile manager with you guys a little bit later. And then environments. Environments if you are having problems with connection, or if you're wanting to change your USB connection to maybe an Ethernet connection, that's where you're going to go over into printer management. Or if you're going to add a machine, as you see, I have 4 machines added right now to my RasterLink, which is the most that you can do. So each RasterLink can have 4 different printers installed on the same RasterLink. And once you install it, you'll see that those come up down here at the bottom for the different ones. So I want to make sure that I'm talking to you guys also about the options. A lot of people don't really go into these options very much. So let's talk about it a little bit. Because this right here, the number of jobs that can be registered to RasterLink can be changed. A lot of people don't know that. So right now, it's only going to allow us 200 jobs, it says, that can be registered. But RasterLink sees each one of these layers as a job. So be aware of that. And at the bottom here, you'll see the numbers of how many jobs that you actually have in down here at the bottom. But if you would like to increase the number of jobs that you can have registered, you can do that here in the options screen. You can also have the hyper job threading to where it is on level 2, or you can specify what kind of RIP how much memory that the RIP is actually going to have access to on your machine. And then you can also here with the auto execute, a lot of people don't know how to set up the automatic execute button and functions. And that stuff is done here. Here's where your display is. So if your previews, the preview of the job, if you want it to be a little bit, easier to see, or it's not a high enough resolution for you, then you can definitely change the resolution and stuff here, but it will slow down the job, not printing the job, but just loading in the job. So I hope that, and this is also allowing you to add specific spot colors. So here's some of these things that I figured it might help you out. Your disk space to keep is going to be 1 gigabyte. If you're dealing with a lot of big files, maybe you're doing a lot of tiling, sometimes those can be a heavy file, and you can increase your disk space here. Here's where you can set up your spectrophotometer. And then this one is important because this one we'll talk about later on too, which is the ID cut settings. This is making sure that your plotter is connecting correctly to your computer. So in the ID cut settings later that we'll talk about, this is what it's asking you. This is actually the IP address of your computer, and that will help you. So if you are actually needing that and having communication issues, you can come in here to the communication with your plotter. Okay, so we're going to get into it a little bit, and we're going to have a break a little bit later. I know this is going to be a long class, and I appreciate you guys being here with me. So if you do have any questions, you can raise your hand. You can put some of those questions in the chat room or in the question and answer session. We'll open up the mics, and we'll also, of course, we'll have a break a little bit later, and we can have maybe some chat and some questions answered there. All right, so what I'm going to do, just so you know, we're going to go over tiling today because tiling is important and we get a lot of questions about it. So we will be going through tiling, but you'll see that on this one, so I have a UCJB330 installed. I'm going to have our new 1213 installed, our 7151, and one of our old 300 UCJVs. So the reason why I picked this is because, as you guys know, some of you have roll-to-roll machines and some of you have flatbeds. And what is available and the menus that are available can be different depending on what type of machine you have. So that's why I wanted to show you several different things. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do, we're going to get into is I really want to kind of go through what jobs that I have here in my queue here. So what I went through and done, this is something that I really helped one of our customers do because they really didn't have any favorites that were set up. And how the favorites work in RasterLink is you're going to set up a job with the exact settings that you're wanting, and then you can go and create a favorite. So I brought in this same image several different times, and you'll notice I went in here to the Properties tab and I renamed. So a lot of people don't know that you can actually rename this. So maybe we have a job number that is attached to this file. You can select this right here and rename it, and you'll see that the job number has been renamed. Sometimes that can be important because when you're going to go and back up a file later on, then it's easy to go back and find that file if you have the job number on it. It will not change the name of your file, but it will change the name here. The reason why I liked changing the name is because I went through and made changes to the profile settings for each one of these. So I did a banner high speed, which of course is going to be a 300 by 600. And then I did one that was for medium speed that maybe is going to have to be a little bit closer to somebody's face. And I did that one at the 600 by 600. And then I did one for gloss vinyl. And then I did one for matte vinyl. Maybe we have one for clear because clear is going to be important because using that a media profile for PET or something that is transparent is important. And so then I went through and made quite a few different ones that we can go in and make favorites for later. We will talk about layering, and I will show you how to put together a 4-layer file, a 3-layer file, a 2-layer file, and I'm going to show you how to set up favorites where you can drop something in and it will automatically create a special plate for you using the valid pixel. And so that can help also. And then I've also set up a favorite and I'll show you how to do it today, where when you pull something in, it will automatically add white to your job and automatically compose it together and get it ready to go. So I'm hoping a lot of this stuff is going to help you guys really cut down on some of the time that you're spending in RasterLink. So while we're over here in the Properties tab, and you actually can go and rename your jobs, another thing that is in the Properties tab that is very important is this Job Attributes section that you see right here. The Job Attributes section is where we're going to be able to change our clear ink from gloss to matte. So if you'll, or from matte to gloss. So if you'll see right here, you can see that it is a special color and you can select here at the setup mode. Then you can go over here to the UV mode, and that's where you are most of the time it's going when you bring something in and you make a special plate that's clear, matte is going to be the default. So you're going to want to come in here to the job attributes and go over to the UV mode and select glossy print. And when you push OK, you'll see that it changes here in your attribute section. Now that is important, and also in the presentation, each one of our machines that have clear ink will have a clear ink printing guide that comes along with it. I strongly suggest that you go and download the print guide for clear ink for the machines that you have. For instance, the 6042, there's only one profile setting that allows the 6042 to print clear gloss, and that is going to be a 600 by 600 10-pass profile. So it really does, it is important. And so when you try to composite a job together, you want to make sure that when the RasterLink comes up and says, hey, you need to check your print conditions, sometimes that's what it's talking about, especially if you're printing something with clear gloss. So the job attribute section is a fun section. So let's talk about this one. This one is also monocolor. That's also in the job attributes. So the job attributes, I've actually given you this tiger in the files, and I wanted to show you guys what monocolor is, because monocolor is a really great way for us to get the gradients that we're wanting underneath that white ink. The valid pixel option of being able to use white and clear is a great way, but it's not going to be able to give us the opacities that we're wanting. So I wanted to go through with you guys today the monocolor. Monocolor replacement, the file is a little bit specific. You cannot do monocolor replacement with RGB files. You can only do monocolor replacement with a CMYK file. What you're doing is you're going to pretty much use this as a separation. A lot of us have been in the industry for a long time. That's what I want you to think of it. You're going to take the separation. I like using black, but you can either do cyan, magenta, yellow, or black. But I like taking one of my channels of color or a grayscale image, and I like being able to use that to be able to get the effects that I'm wanting to do. So a lot of 2.5D is going to use this same monocolor system. So I want you guys to kind of be aware of how the monocolor works, and that if you're trying to put in something that is an RGB color space, monocolor will not be available to you. So I have a grayscale image that I've brought in, and you guys can bring that into your RasterLink and see, but you're going to see it's going to be over here in the job attributes. So on the job attributes, you're going to select monocolor. When you select monocolor, it's going to ask you, right, what's your source color? And you can see that you can do cyan, magenta, yellow, or black. And so I'm going to say everywhere that you see black ink, I want you to replace it with clear ink, or I'm going to replace it with white ink. So I'm going to replace this one with white. And then let's go and look at what I'm talking about here. So you'll see that now your white ink is going to follow where the opacity of the black is. So if it was 100% black, it's going to put 100% white. If there was only 2% of black in your shadows, then it's only going to put a 2% white. So this is a great way to be able to put, maybe if you're doing drop shadows, for instance. A lot of customers ask me all the time, I've got this drop shadow that I can't get rid of. How do I put white ink under that drop shadow? This is the way. This is the way that you can put that white ink in that drop shadow. You can select your artwork. You can make it grayscale. You can save it out and bring it in here and do a monocolor replacement. And then it'll make that drop shadow actually have, follow that shadow and go from the opacities that you're wanting to do. I also want to point out that I gave you several different types of files for monocolor. I've noticed that file and transparency matters when you're dealing with monocolor replacement. In my files, I have noticed I will get a smoother gradient in Illustrator if I go from 0% opacity of white to 100% opacity of black. I get a smoother gradient of white ink if I do it that way than when I go from 100% opacity of white to 100% opacity of black. So adding some of those transparencies, and if there's transparencies in your file, it is important to watch that. And if you're not getting the smoothness of the gradient that you're wanting with your white ink, then think about changing some of the opacities that are in your file. Okay, so now we have, so let's go. Okay, now we're going to have the white ink. Well, let's go. We're going to turn it back to full color, and then let's go and we'll make this monocolor with clear gloss. Remember, if you're going to make it with clear gloss, you want to come over here and select the UV mode and do gloss printing if you want it to be clear gloss ink. So I hope that really helps you guys out in understanding what the monocolor replacement is. It's really cool to be able to do that with, especially if you're doing color white color. So, so that's where the job attribute section is. Also, this is also going to be where some of your ink information is. I'm sorry, I'm not connected to a machine today, but when you're connected to a machine, and you just go and rip a job, if you go rip only and you select yes, and then you come back over here to the properties tab, you will see your ink information here at the bottom. What this is going to be able to help you do is see what the ink cost might be for a job, or estimate what your ink usage is going to be used for the job before it's actually printed. So if you guys have never seen that before, you can go and just rip only over here in the execution to be able to guesstimate how much ink one job is going to use, so that if it's going to be more, maybe it's a job with white ink and you want to charge a little bit more because it's going to use a little bit more ink. We'll talk about the picked later, but if you guys don't know and you have RasterLink7, picked is also going to be able to give you the information on what you've printed, how many yards or feet or meters that you have printed, and how much ink usage you've had. All right, so let's go back to the Properties tab. This is also where you're going to be able to look at the information not only of your file, but what resolution and what profile that you have. And it'll also let you know what your ICC profile that you have set in RasterLink, which that ICC profile and the profile name, all of that stuff is important, especially when you're trying to match something 2 months down the line. Maybe you have a job today and you put in some wall graphics, let's say, and something happened and they need a reprint. Well, it's really easy to go back and find where, what profile that you created or that you used for that job. So that's important. And then you can also see the pass count and whether the special color is going to overprint simultaneously. So I hope this helps you guys out. This is also the working directory. You can see if you're looking to go and find that artwork later on, this is where it's going to be. Oh, I lost that artwork, but it was in RasterLink somewhere. That's where it is right here, is in this working directory. All right, so now let's go and we're going to talk about the arrangement tab. So for the arrangement tab, I like using, I'm going to go over and show you for the 7151 how I think the arrangement tab is amazing. So we'll talk, as we go down, we'll get into jig print. And in the jig print, if you're wanting to add several different images into your jig print, you are going to use the arrangement tab. So let's decide we're going to have design 1 through design 4 in my, see how it will automatically put these together? If you try to put images together and they do not arrange together, it might be because you have different profile settings on them, or you cannot arrange jobs together that have different print conditions. So if I wanted to put this job together that is running color and clear gloss, and I want to put this job with it with this white and color, it will not allow me to, arrange those two jobs together. What it's really going to do is it really wants us to have the same print conditions on all the jobs that we arrange together. I can arrange together 5 different jobs or 5 different pieces of artwork that have white and color. I just can't put 5 of white color and 5 of clear and gloss and color together. So it does have to match. Also with the new Braille stuff, that stuff also can be arranged together, which is nice. Just make sure that you have all of your profiles correct when doing so. So that's the arrangement tab, same thing. Let's go back over to the 300. If we're going to take this job and this color and clear job, we want to take a couple of those together. So that's really the arrangement tab. Also, the arrangement tab, you can choose whether you want it to be sequential. That one is important in case you are doing a multi-page PDF, or if you want to do to minimize the amount of material that you have. Maybe you don't want anything to rotate. And then if you want to keep the rotation but minimize how much material that you're using, you can select that in the arrangement mode as well. You can also add scan and margin and feed margin. If you're new to Mimaki and you're new to RasterLink, you'll see scan and feed throughout RasterLink quite often. And when you see it, it means exactly what it's talking about. Scan means the way that the head scans across the material, and feed is front and back, whether the material is feeding into the machine and out of the machine. So if you see scan and feed, that's what it's telling you. Scan is right to left, and feed is front to back, or as the material moves forward and backwards through the roll-to-roll machines. Of course, you can arrange something in the center. If you don't select arrange in the center, it is going to align it 200 at the bottom right-hand side. So I'm going to kind of skip over a little bit of this profile section because Joel is going to go through this. I will maybe touch on it a little bit when I'm talking about the favorites, but I really don't want to get in too much of it because Joel is a lot better at the monster of color than I am. Okay, so we'll talk about the crop tool. I have used and heard our customers use the crop tool in many different ways. Maybe we're going to crop out an image and we're just going to do a color test. I just want to check to make sure this color right here in this little bitty part of this artwork, I'm going to print that. And sometimes that helps, especially for proofing. Maybe we're checking to see if it's correct. Maybe somebody has given me a piece of artwork and it has a lot of white space around it. Then you can go in here and manually change this if you want to. Or you can see over here that you can actually trim it. See how I'm not exactly perfect, but if I wanted to, I could come in here and put 0.4, 0.4, 0.4, 0.4, and I know I've done the top, the bottom, the right, and the left. And now I know that I'm exact. So you can do it by sight, or of course you can go and trim the white off of this image if you would like to. So that is the crop button. I think this one, as everybody knows, this one is probably the most important one, right? This is the general print area. So we're going to be going over quite a bit about the general print area, and you will see, let's see if I can do it this way. Let's go back to the 300. I'm going to grab the sticker file here because it's got two different cut conditions on it. And I want to go through setting that up. Okay, of course we can scale. And what I do love about being able to scale something, especially in RasterLink, if you have cut lines already on it, it's going to scale the cut lines for you. Love that. Okay, customer wants 15 stickers that are 4 inches, and they want 15 stickers that is 6 inches, and 15 stickers that is 8 inches. You can use the exact same file and just come in here and scale it up. And And then you can have, you don't have to make 3 different files, which is nice. Just remember when you're scaling something, is it raster or is it vector? Because if you scale something that is raster and it doesn't have really good resolution, as it gets larger, you're going to lose the resolution of the image. That is the same as in Illustrator as it is here in RasterLink. So be aware of your of the resolution of your files. Also, I want to make a big deal about it. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but RasterLink has now added that you can actually use PNG files. A lot of customers have been asking for that, and Japan listened to everybody, which I was very excited about. And now we can actually print PNGs. So I don't know if you guys noticed it, but now you can actually open in PNG, a TIFF file, a JPEG, an EPS, an SVG, and of course a PDF. And so just so you guys know that that's really a big deal. Now the PNGs, the spot color replacement doesn't work on a PNG raster file, but you can do special plate with those PNGs. So we'll talk about special plates a little bit more, but I thought it was I was very excited to hear that we have allowed now to have PNGs in our workflow. Okay, so let's talk about the scaling. So we're going to scale this together, and maybe instead of 8, we want it at 9. Maybe we forgot to add bleed. We're going to add a little bit of bleed here. And then, of course, you can rotate here 90 degrees, 180, 270. Make sure you understand 270 is not actually mirroring the artwork. If you want to mirror the artwork, maybe you have one of our TXF machines and you want to mirror your artwork, you can select it here. Be careful because over there in the composition page, you can also reverse it there as well. So don't reverse it and then reverse it again. But we'll talk about our favorites a little bit later. And this is actually something that you can set up for your favorites so that if you are a TXF user or if you're doing sublimation, you can set up your favorite to automatically reverse all of your artwork. Position here is scan and feed. Again, what we're seeing, if you have one of our 330 machines and you're trying to use your XY cutter, you will not see it engaged down here to be able to set it up if you have it arranged in the center. That's about the only time I've seen that arranged in the center might have a problem when you're trying to send or set up a file. But I wanted to point that out to you guys. And this is, of course, you can select to change it in the center, but the position is actually how far off of 0 is it going to be? That's what the position is. So if you're at 0, 0, that means it's going to be on the bottom right-hand side of the vinyl. But with the UJF, when you're looking at position, it's going to be the same thing. Maybe I want it to be 0.25, 0.25 off of my, the right-hand side of the bed. So that's what the position is the position is changing where 0 is going to be on your material. Be careful when you're doing that. If you're going to move it 0.25, you got to make sure that your artwork is, or your piece of material that you've laid down on your flatbed is exactly 0.25 away. I'm going to go back to the roll to roll. Okay, so now we're going to add some copies in here. Maybe we're going to do some of these sticker sheets. This is important. So let's go in here and look at this. All right, so as you see, I have this sticker sheet and I have 2 different cut conditions on here. I've got where it's going to go in and cut out these little drink stickers. And then I want it to come out and perf on the outside. So let's talk about these registration marks for a second. So let's turn the registration marks off, and you'll see that my cut line doesn't go edge to edge, but sometimes when you're building a file, you'll have that cut line really close to the edge of your artboard. Artboard is important, and in a little bit when we get into Illustrator, I'll talk to you about it. But if a lot of the times that you're maybe you're bringing in an element of clear and it's not aligning properly, sometimes that has to do with your artboard. PDFs will automatically save out your artboard. EPSs sometimes will not. Maybe we'll have time to go through that later if you have questions about it. Okay, so we're going to turn off our registration marks for a minute so that I can show you that you do have this gets a little bit confusing in RasterLink to me, especially when I first started, is that when I saw this thing here, cut line, I thought that it was actually going to create a cut line for me in RasterLink, but it doesn't. What it's doing when you say right here and it says cut line, what it's doing is it's actually going to give you a dotted line at 25% opacity. You can change that and make it, 50%. But if you're cutting stuff, by yourself and with a blade on the table, and you're needing a line to follow while you're hand cutting it out, that's what this cut line setting is. And that's what it means when they're talking about this cut line here. I use it sometimes for, when I have a white edge on something and I'm trying to make sure I'm aligning it properly on my flatbed. But that's where that cut line is. So don't confuse that cut line with the actual cut lines that you have in the artwork. Okay. Okay, so now we've got it. And we're going to come over here and we're going to turn on our registration marks. And now we're going to talk about registration marks. So there's several different types of registration marks that you can do. This is type 1, this is type 2, and this is type 3. Most used as type 1, and your printer is automatically default setted to where when it's looking for crop marks, it's going to look for type 1 of the crop mark. If you're going to change your crop mark to these types of crop marks, this type 2 or type 3, you have to actually go into the machine settings and change in your cut settings where and what type of mark that it is looking for. So if you've changed this crop registration mark to this and your machine is not finding it and not finding that registration mark, it might be because it's looking for type 1 and you need to tell the machine that actually you're looking for type 2 or you're going to be using type 3. So I hope that helps here with your mark shape, but I wanted to make sure everybody's aware that if you're going to change the type of crop mark that you're going to use or the mark shape, you have to tell your printer that you're changing that. I get a lot of questions from everybody, especially our UCJB 300 and 330 users. Well, but I'm having a hard time with my cutting because I'm printing on hologram material, or maybe it's a thin clear material and it's having a problem seeing it. So you'll also see this mark size here. You can increase your mark size in that case if you want to. You'll see that it is using a recommended crop mark size of 0.31. I usually leave it here at the default of 0.39, but if it's having problems, sometimes I'll increase that a little bit of the size. But most importantly, I will come in here and change the line width. What the line width does is it actually makes that mark a little bit darker, and it's a little bit easier for it to pick up. You'll notice that it does not allow you to go very high. That's as high as it'll let you go. The line width is 0.79, but you'll see that that's actually quite a bit darker. And if you have time on the presentations, you'll see that there's links to some videos about print cut and how to set up your cut conditions properly on your printer. Okay, so that line width will help you if you're having problems with the machine not reading your mark. And you can also turn down the sensitivity level of your printer. Okay, adding print direction mark. I like adding a print direction mark. Most of you that are using Finecut, I've been using Finecut for years, and I have just trained myself to add a print direction mark, especially if you are going to be laminating the material and bringing it back onto the machine to cut out. That print direction mark does help, especially when you're doing something off of the flatbed and you're bringing it over to a cutting table maybe, then sometimes having that print direction mark does help you when you're just looking at your cut lines and you're trying to figure out the orientation of the print. That print direction mark will let you know how it came off of the printer or which way it needs to be rotated. Filling in around the registration mark also will help with some of those materials that you're having problem getting to read in, so you can fill in around the registration marks. Or you can add our ID cut function. I don't know if a lot of you are using the ID cut function, but ID cut function is, well, it's just a time saver. I don't know how else to explain it except for that. It is just a time saver. Imagine you have 15 different types of stickers going out today. You're going to set it. You're going to let all of those jobs print. You're going to add that ID cut function barcodes on there. It's going to send the cut information over to the cut server. At the end of the day, or maybe later, you're going to be able to load it back into your machine or using one of our plotters that can also read the ID barcodes. And it is just going to read the barcode, pull the cut information, it's going to cut it, and then it's going to continuously scan for that next barcode. And then it will pull that job information and cut it. And it really does cut down the time on, how much time you're spending sending over cut lines to the machine. So if you guys want more information on that ID cut, you will find it more in that presentation. Okay, so whole or individual. Everybody has a lot of questions about whether I can do whole. That means what I'm wanting is I'm wanting, back up a little bit. So I have 6 copies here. So I have 6 copies, and if I do whole, that means it is going to only put one set of crop marks around all 6 of my copies. But if I need a lot of these copies, let's say I need 24 copies of this. Well, in my opinion, I would say that 4 registration marks aren't going to be enough with some of the intricate cuts that I have in these drink stickers if I'm just going to use only the 4, which is in the whole area. I also have to worry about the fact that on this file, I'm going to have that perf cut that goes around it. And so in that perf cut, if we go in and look, this perf line is going to be very close to the perf line that is next to it. So if your perf lines are really close to each other, please make sure you're going in and at least adding a little bit of space in there so that it will actually have enough material to stay in so it doesn't drop out. So that's important, especially if you have that perf line that's pretty close to each other. But what I'd really like for you guys to see is that when you're having 24 copies like this and you have these little intricate cuts, I would say let's not do 24, maybe let's do 12 different copies of that. Let's do 12 copies of it, and then if we need more, instead of putting a whole, maybe we need 48 total, instead of putting 48 copies here, you're going to get more accurate cutting if you come over here and then you execute this print and cut 4 different times. You're gonna get a lot better. It's gonna print these 12 copies, it's going to cut these 12 copies, and then it's going to print another set of 12 copies and then cut that 12 copies. That is going to keep your registration not only better, but it's going to increase your accuracy. Because remember, not everybody puts the material on the take-up perfectly, or that machine sometimes can walk one way or the other depending on the media. Oh, and your pinch rollers, make sure your pinch roller pressure is set properly. Okay, so then individual, sometimes if you have really intricate stuff, you'll want to do where you have it on each individual copy. So when it's saying individual, that means it's going to put crop marks on each individual copy that you have made. This will increase your accuracy, but it will take a lot longer to cut. Now, I like doing this sometimes if it's really very small stuff. I like doing this. And also, if you feel the need to use the individual crop marks, this search position is also important. Search position here, what it's telling you is the first time that the machine comes out to search for the crop mark, it's going to search for all 4 of them. Maybe you just want it to do these 3. Maybe you just want it to do the front 2. And then every copy afterwards, what do you want me to do? It says. Do you want me to just come and find the front 2? Or do you want me to just find this first one? Setting this search position can really decrease the amount of time that your machine is actually searching for crop marks if you're having to use individual crop marks. So what I like to do is the first time that it comes out and searches for registration marks, I like it to read all 4 of them. Make sure, especially if you've loaded prints back into the machine to cut after laminating, you'll want it to search that first 4 to make sure you have the material in there on the machine or the plotter straight. Then for each additional copy after that, I like moving it to where it just uses those front 2 to make sure that I know that at least I'm running across the scan direction, it's seeing that properly. So that's what I like to do as far as my registration marks. So we've already gone over the cut line, and a lot of people don't know, but if you do have a Vetaba cutter, you can't have a registration marks on, but if you do have a Vetaba cutter, you can set Vetaba marks if you would like to. Remember that Vetaba cut marks cannot be engaged on files that have cut lines. Notice that it is disengaged right now. If you are one of our customers that has a Vetaba cutter, you will have the ability to put Vetaba marks on there. But you'll notice it did not allow me to do it with my clear layer, but something with just color, it allows me to go in and put your Vetaba marks. Okay, so I think one of the most important part of this whole thing right here, this whole section, is this information label. When I was in production and I was doing jobs all the time, sorry, I keep talking about my own experience on this, but I don't know how many times it was that a customer said, I didn't sign off on that. I don't remember that was what you told me, or what day did you give that to me? I thought that was like 2 weeks ago. No, ma'am, I'm sorry. It was yesterday. These labels definitely can help you out, especially in your proofing process. So on your proofing process, adding a label, or especially if you're doing color matching, making sure that you have this label on there is important. You don't necessarily have to have the model or the engine version. That's just something that it defaults to. But having that printed date, having that print mode, and even your color match parameters, which Joel will get into later, that's also important. Maybe you have some color adjustments you made, or maybe you need to add some remarks on there. Hey, production team, will you please make sure that when you're weeding this, or please make sure when you're installing this that you start from the top right-hand side. So I really do like that we have the ability to do this information label. Also remember that you can have different, when it tells you extra large, large, small, what it's telling you is how small the text and the point size of the font that that label is going to be in. So you can have extra large and all the way down to small. Okay, so that is going to be the general print area. Let's go and let's talk about tiling really quick. So I gave you this file, and I wanted to, a lot of people really don't know a whole lot about our tiling feature, and it's really nice to be able to use, especially if you're doing wall graphics and you need all of your wall graphics to be the exact same size. So when it comes in, actually, let's go, and I'm going to bring this file in fresh. So it's going to come in. And now remember, a lot of the times, especially when we're doing wall graphics, sometimes because of the limitations of Illustrator, you cannot make it at full size because maybe it's a really long wall. And a lot of the times what happens is that a designer will make it at a quarter size, maybe they're making it a half size. It really is going to depend on, the size of the wall, which is important. And so that's why I wanted to come in and talk to you guys about the tiling feature, because you can actually scale all of this stuff up in here if you want to. So let's say that this is at 1/4 scale, and we're going to come in here and scale it up to 400%. And so it's at 1/4 scale. So now I have scaled it up at 400%. And then I'm going to come in and it's going to tell you, okay, what is it that you actually want? I'm going to divide my tiles because in my opinion, all right, so we're working with 53-inch material, let's say. We're going to have, we're going to want to use as much of that material as we can. So let's say we're going to have a 52-inch file here. So that is the stuff that you're going to be able to do. So let's go down. We're going to say, okay, see, you can see it here, how it's going to change it. And you can mirror it. All right. So see how I put it? 45 inches. Maybe I want it 52. Maybe I want it 50 inches. You can change it to however you want. Now let's go back and let's reset this. Let's go back. Oh, we don't want that many tiles, do we? All right. So we're going to go back. I'm going to go to the tiling. We're going to set it. We're going to set it up for 400%. And right there, it put it together. See how each one of them is 63? 63. Now you have 12 of them. We're going to go from left. We're going to put a 0.5 overlap on each one of them. And your overlap on this, I like doing 1/2 inch overlap. You can do a 1/4 inch overlap if you want to. I like doing 1/2 inch. And when it says, okay, which ways are you going to do? Are you going to go from left to right? Or are you going to go right to left? This most of the time will depend on what your installers are going to do, because sometimes the installers will start on the right-hand side of the wall or the left-hand side of the wall. And sometimes that's going to be important because you want to make sure, okay, which side of my graphics does my overlap need to be? If they're going to start installing on the left-hand side of that wall, then your overlap needs to be over here on the right-hand side so that they put down the most left panel. And then that overlap area is coming down, is going to be on the right-hand side. So when they go to put that second panel down, then they're lining up the right-hand edge of the tile, if that makes sense. So that's why you have the ability in your overlap section to go on the right-hand side or the left-hand side or both. I don't suggest you doing both because that can put your installer in a bad spot. But I would do at least a 1/2 inch overlap on the right-hand side or the left-hand side. And it's always important to let your installers know which way that overlap is going to be, because I don't want them to go and do, the most left, right hand if they're going to do it the other way. So I also like here that you can also have a corner mark if you want to. It'll put some crop marks on there. And remember, when we put marks on anything, most of the time that line color will be black and it will only be 25%. So if you need it to be a different line color, you can come in here and change it. You can also have an overlap line. If you're going to use an overlap line, I would suggest that you leave it really light, because I haven't, I've installed some of this stuff myself, and I don't think I would be able to keep on that overlap line, especially because we know that most ceilings are not 100% level. I do strongly suggest that you put your tiling number on there. What it's going to do is it's going to print your tile, and then it will have a section over on the bottom right-hand side. And this is actually, see how it says right there? You can actually print the number on your overlap section too. When it says it's going to print the tile number on your overlap section, that means it is in that 1/2 inch area. It's going to put what tile number is, it is on that artwork, which is nice. And I really like that feature of this. But if you're, if they decide to start on the right-hand side or the left-hand side, that overlap number can be shown. But, look, you can also change what point size it is here. 48 is pretty big, so make sure you're checking that. And then you can actually have 25%. That means it's actually just going to put it in there at 25%. Can be hard to read depending on what it is. So if it's printing on the overlap, it's going to be hard to see because it's actually going to print inside your print area. If it's unselected, it will put it down off the print area on the right-hand side. Same thing goes. You can also add cut lines. Adding cut lines, again, especially if we're going to, if it's we got a lot of white area, you can add that cut line, meaning not a cut contour line. It's just adding a line that it's going to be printed that will allow you and help you trim that stuff out on the table, which is most of the time what it is done. Okay, so I hope that that kind of helps you out. Okay, so we've come in and we've set up our tiles and everything looks good, and looks like we've got 13 different tiles. We can add some a label if we want to. So we have our settings set up here. Then if you go to layout, this is actually going to show you what each individual file looks like. So this, see, here's panel 1 all the way to panel 13. So now you have it set up, and you can actually come in here and you can reverse even number columns. The reason why actually not just this rip, every single rip has your ability to reverse the even numbered columns is because let's say we have a sky blue at the top of each of the wall. We have a sky blue at the top of the wall, and we have orange at the bottom of the wall. And if this is unselected, and we go and we look at our layout, let's say blue's at the top and orange is at the bottom, then our printer goes from blue to orange, blue to orange, blue to orange. Well, I like making sure that my blues are close together. So right here in the reverse even numbered column, I'm going to make it where my printer prints those blue tops close together and my oranges close together. It just kind of helps keep them consistent. Then you can have free location. Free location means that you can go and move them around as you see fit if you want to. And you can add in here some scan and feed margins if you want to. You can rearrange them. You can arrange them in the center, or you can move them off the 0 position at right or left. You can also add in your Vetaba cut marks here if you're going to be trimming these out with your Vetaba cutter. Okay, so we've had the even numbered. This is probably the most important part of tiling that I can tell you. If you're tiling something and you're ready and everything is done and you're ready to send it over to the printer, I don't want you to come over here to the execute and then go and print it. I want you to come down here to the right-hand side and I want you to click execution over here on the right-hand side, especially if your computer does not have a lot of RAM. What will happen is if you go to execute and you go file rip, it's going to try to send all 15 of these or 13 of these panels at the same time. And what will happen is, remember I was talking about that scan disk earlier? Maybe we only had a gigabyte of that. Well, if it gets too much, then it's going to print maybe tile 1 through 7 and 8 through 15 dropped out, because it tried to send all of them at the same time and you didn't have enough RAM to do it. So while I like sending it over here to the in the tiling feature, coming over here to put the execute jobs, it's actually going to send it over individually so that you are ensuring that it's going to rip faster and all of the files will be sent over. Okay, so the other question I get a lot is, okay, well, what happens if I need to go and reprint a file? I messed up on this one, or how do I reprint one of my tiles? So this here, where it says print order, I can come in here and I'm going to clear the order. And then I didn't change any of my settings. Notice I didn't change anything about any of this stuff. I didn't change my overlap or anything. I'm going to come in here and select the file that I need or the panel that I need to reprint. And I'm just going to select that. Maybe I'm going to select this one and I'm going to select this one because I need to reprint only these 2 panels. Then when you go back over to your layout, you will see that you only have those 2 panels selected in your layout. So I hope that helps as far as how the tiling feature works. Okay, we've almost been here for an hour. Thank you I hope that tiling feature did kind of help you guys out. We do have a lot of questions about that. Okay, so now we're on the tiling feature and the step and repeat. Step and repeat is important, especially for some of our customers that has some of our sublimation machines, or maybe you're wanting to do step and repeat drop a backdrop for somebody, you can come in here and set this up however you want to as far as vertical, um, and step and repeat how this stuff goes. Step and repeat is nice, but most of the time it's just used on normal, and we're just going to take that pattern across. Maybe a little bit after lunch, I'll bring in a pattern and we'll go back through step and repeat a little bit more. All right. Okay, so the next thing that we have is variable edit. I wish we had enough time. I know that this is going to be a long class today, but I wish we had enough time to go through variable edit. But me and Hugo Gonzalez, especially Hugo Gonzalez, is going, knows a lot more about this than I do. But the variable edit in RasterLink is really cool, especially being able to use it on, like say, name badges and stuff like that. But we will have a specialized class coming up where Hugo Gonzalez will go through how to use variable edit and do variable data. We're just not going to have enough time to go through that today because I really want to be able to go through the Braille workflow with you guys a little bit later. So we'll get back with that, but I do want to kind of show you how it is and that you can bring in a variable edit. You can add numbering without having to add in a file. But if you're going to come in or you're wanting to load in one of your Excel documents for your names and your numbers, it's going to just use what usually is used in the databases, which is a CSV file. And that is the only type of file that you can do. So you have to save out your Excel file as a CSV file for it to be able to bring in and be used in variable edit for RasterLink7. And then, of course, we've already talked about the execution button, but I'll talk about it a little bit more. Notice that you see you have ink consumption estimation here. You can also come in and you have to, RasterLink has to be open and connected to your printer and see your ink values to get your ink consumption estimation. But that is a really cool feature of the execution area that hasn't been there before. And then you have your execution order. Execution order is important, especially if you have a machine that can do print and cut. So if you just send print and then it's not going to cut, and then you're going to do print and then cut, or maybe you've printed something with crop marks on it and you go and take it to the laminator and you bring it back to your machine and you just want to send over the cut lines, you can do that here by finding just the cut in the execution order. If you're going to use just the cut information or send just the cut information, make sure that you're finding that first crop mark on your artwork and on your print before sending just the cut information over. So when it's talking about immediate print or rip and print or rip only and print only, let's talk about those a little bit. Okay, so say we have sent over and we have 6 jobs going in our job queue, and somebody comes in and says, hey, I really need this job done by the end of the day. Can you get this out for me? Absolutely, sir, ma'am. We're going to get that next up in the queue. So if that's the case, then that's what the immediate print is. So what it's going to do is it's going to push the job that you release up next into the queue. That's what the immediate print will do. Rip and print, that means if you have a file that has not been printed yet, it does need to rip. So then you're going to rip and print. If you've already ripped something, maybe you've already checked because you want to rip it to make sure that you're not having any errors, or you've ripped it so that you can check your ink consumption numbers, then you don't necessarily have to rip it again. You can just go and print only. Same thing goes, but if you have made any changes to your artwork from the last time that you've printed, you will want to do rip and print again. But if you're just going to do extra beds, let's say, okay, we on our 7151, we're doing name badges and we've got everything set up and we ripped and printed, but they need two of each one of them. Well, you can go back and just do reprints very easily if it's already been printed once by just doing print only, and that will keep you from having to sit through the time of the file having to rip again. And we've already talked a little bit about that execution time and how that execution time can really help you out, especially if you're doing batches of stickers of the same thing. I would rather you do batches of 300 stickers and do 5 copies of that rather than trying to do 700 stickers, 800 stickers at one time. It's best to do sections of that, and that's where this execution time does come in very easily. Same thing goes if with our we're doing, let's say we've got cups that we're doing on our 7151 and we've laid them down on the bed and we need 200 cups that day, or we need 200 cups to finish the order, then, maybe we can only get 45 on the bed, and then we're just going to execute that 5 different times to get the number that we need. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to send it over and we're going to execute it the 5 times so that when it is done, then our first 45 cups print, and then the machine comes out and it stays in that it stays in that where all we have to do is go over after we load it up again. We just go over and push remote, and we don't have to go back over to the RIP to send another copy of that job. That's how that execution time can really help you out. Okay, thank you for the question and answers that we already have. And thank you guys for helping me answer those questions. And I hope, again, if you're just joining us or haven't joined us for the start, we will have this as a recording on our YouTube channel. And if you haven't, please go and download all of the files and the educational documents from the WeTransfer link that we have provided. I believe it's in the question and answer section and in the chat section of this webinar. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to talk about special colors. So special colors and special plates, we've already talked about how we can do white and clear and primer, which is our special colors. We also have silver ink that is on our 7151. So we also have orange ink on our solvent machines that can also be called a special color, and you could actually call out a special color plate with that orange ink as well. A lot of people don't know that, but you can. Same thing if you have RTS machines that have fluorescent, you can set up a special plate of fluorescent inks also. So that is what we're talking about when we're talking about special colors. On this machine, you see that we have clear and white, but on our 7151, then we also have our primer. And we'll talk to Hugo a little bit more about primer later, but I do want to suggest to you guys that when you're doing primer and you're setting something up for a special color, and you're going to do primer and you're going to do clear, sometimes using 100% isn't the best option. I like starting my primer at a 50% primer, whether I'm doing it a whole image or if I'm doing valid pixel, I like using at a 50%. Also, if you're doing clear gloss and you're going to set up a clear gloss plate, especially if you're using the UCJV 300s or the 330s, I really suggest, especially if you're finding that your ink is a little bit tacky, I want you to make sure that you're coming in here and you're going to select your clear option, but you're only going to use 70%. And you're going to use that as your valid pixel and your special color. That's what I like doing. So if you're seeing that, then please go in and you're feeling that your clear is a little bit tacky. it's because you're probably using 100%. Now remember, a lot of the times with your special colors, they are not going to be controlled. The ink limitations are going to be controlled a little bit by the profile, but it's really going to be controlled by the special color here that you have. I also want to point out that there is really cool ways to be able to use the special colors in these different opacities as well. So if you're going to put, say for instance, me and Hugo found that if we're going to be printing, let's say we're going to print Braille and we want to print Braille on some Optics DA. Well, that Optics DA, it has a gloss finish. Well, maybe, and as we know, ADA compliancy, you cannot have a gloss finish on the surface. And we found that if you go and you put a 20% clear down over the top of that, then it makes it look matte and it's absolutely beautiful. And it helps with adhesion a little bit too. So remember that using these special colors in different opacities is going to be on as going to be cool. Especially you can also do frosting with your white ink, and you can do kind of a frost look with your clear matte ink as well. I really like doing that. So maybe, you want to do a little frosted part on your acrylic, using that at 10%, using that even as low as 5%. You'll see that you can get some really cool frosted effects by using your special colors at different opacities. Okay, so we have several different ways to be able to use the special colors. So when it's talking about the whole image, what it's saying to you is that it's going to put down color behind the whole artboard size. And if you're questioning what your artboard size is, it's going to be your page size right here in your properties tab. This is your page size. So if you're wondering if your artworks are the same size, or if you're having a problem with your clear coming down exactly on top of where your white is, or exactly on top of where your color is, and you're having problems like that, please come in here and double check your page size to make sure both of your images are the same size, so that your alignment isn't happening because of the page size difference in your artwork. Sometimes that will happen when you send over an EPS and the EPS does not have the artboard saved out. Maybe a little bit later, I will be able to show you how to make sure when you save out something in Illustrator or even in Corel Draw as an EPS, you can either make a bounding box or you can save it in your settings to where it will save out your artboard. Okay, so let's talk about the special color plate again. So this one, you'll see that when you open up the tree color file that I gave you guys, you will be able to see that I have on the file that I have two layers. I have the layer that I have my pink, and this is where I'm actually going to want my clear gloss. So I made everywhere where I want the clear gloss to be in pink. And then you'll see that I also have just the tree. Let's go back over here to the 300. So I've brought both of these jobs in, and so I'm going to want to make this clear gloss. And if I do a whole image and I push create, like I said, it's going to make a whole section. Or I can do valid pixel, and when I do valid pixel in clear, it is just going to put down clear or white ink or any of our special colors behind where there is a pixel of color. Please be aware when you're using the valid pixel, it is not going to add in a special color where there is only white. I'll show you an instance of that. Right here in my push and pull, Let's say I'm going to make it clear and I'm just going to do valid pixel and I'm going to push create. If you'll notice, here, I'm going to pull this up so that you can see a little bit more. Notice it did not fill in the areas that were actually white because there is no pixel of color in white. So because of this, it is not going to put white ink or clear ink in the areas of your artwork that has white. So you have 2 or 3 different options on that. You can go in and you can select everything that's white and add 1 pixel of color. I like adding 1 pixel of black into your white artwork. And that way the valid pixel will work properly. But RasterLink 7 actually added something that RasterLink 6 Plus didn't have, and this only works on vector graphics. Now you have something that is called valid to non-background. So let's watch how this works. So this is a really cool new feature that it did, where it's saying, okay, if your artwork is surrounded by colors or pixels of color, I'm going to go ahead and fill in that area of white for you. Now remember, this only works on vector graphics, and this only works if your white is surrounded by pixels of color. I'll show you what I'm talking about when I mean it only works for vector graphics. So let's go back up here. I'm going to release these. I'm going to do a white valid to non-background, and I'm going to push create, and you're going to see what it does. See how on the image of where we had our computer, which is a raster image, that it filled that whole area in of where that raster image is. So that's what I'm talking about when I mean it will work with vector graphics, but it will not work with raster. Same thing with your PNGs. PNGs, when you bring them in, so glad that we can actually do it now. When you bring them in, then valid pixel works with those, but valid to non-background does not work with PNGs because it is a raster image. Also remember, when you're doing a special color and you select clear and you make a special plate, it is automatically going to default to matte. If you want that to be clear, you will have to come back in to the Properties tab, go under the Job Attributes, select the setup, and come over here to the UV mode, selecting Gloss Print, and push OK. So those are the options that you have on the roll-to-roll. But let's go over and let's look at what we can do on the 7151 with some of our clear gloss. All right, so we're going to come over here. I'm going to make a special plate. This is the 7151. I'm going to do clear ink, and I'm going to do it just on the valid pixel. I'm going to change it to 70%, and I'm going to push create. You'll see that it automatically comes over as matte, like I said, but our flatbeds actually have some different options in their job attributes. When you go to setup here, you can go to UV mode, and look, you have a few different options now. Now you can do emboss print, you can do gloss, you can do matte, you can add extra irradiations, and you can do print and actually adding an extra irradiation. So let's talk about this. A lot of people don't understand this menu if you have a flatbed. Okay, so let's talk about the emboss print. So I added in our files some of the Artista texture libraries, and that texture libraries, some of those really cool patterns can really look really amazing if you emboss that. So what it's talking about is emboss. It means it's actually going to put a little bit of overprints on it. And you'll see here that it's actually going to print 2 times, or you can take it all the way up to 10 times, meaning it's going to put 10 times the amount of ink. And you can actually add an extra irradiation, UV irradiation. Now, what's that? What is that I'm doing, Carissa? Why do I want to add an extra irradiation? Sometimes I really do like adding an extra irradiation on this, especially if you're using our 120 inks and you're adding a whole bunch of ink. Sometimes to add an additional cure to that print, that's what this additional UV irradiation is. And you can actually add up to 3 additional irradiations. That this is going to slow down your printing, but it will help if you want to, especially if you're putting down a whole lot of ink and you're finding that it is not curing properly. Sometimes it's best to come in here and add an irradiation. So that one is the emboss. And as you know, also you can do glossy. Same thing. You can go in and add another irradiation. That means it is going to go back and put one more additional UV irradiation on your print. On your mat, the same way. Same thing goes here. You can actually print it, irradiate it, and then maybe you just want to go back in and add just an extra UV, a UV light pass. You can do that here as well. So I hope that kind of helps you out in understanding what job attributes are different for the flatbeds and the roll-to-roll. So these options are only available for the flatbed. Okay, so now that we have our now that we have this ready, so okay, here's our 7151, and we're going to do these little shapes, and we're going to have a white layer, we're going to have a color layer, and we're going to have a clear gloss layer. So now we have it, and we have our layers, and we have them set up the way we want. So we have our color, we have our white, and we have our clear gloss. And now we're going to come in and we're going to composite these together. Remember, when you composite these together, this down here at the bottom is where your material is. So if you're a roll-to-roll person and you have a flatbed, all of this is going to be a little bit different. So on the composition is very important. And the way that RasterLink deals with composition with a flatbed is different than the way that it does with our UV layered printing. So I'll show you sometimes where you can get a little bit messed up in your composition because of the way sometimes it wants to put stuff together. Okay, so in your composition page right here, remember I told you earlier you can reverse something out here, but let's look at this little sticky thing here called the retract and print, because if you have a roll-to-roll machine, you'll see what I'm talking about. Sometimes that retract and print has to be selected. What's most important when you're dealing with a flatbed in your composition is also this priority policy. The priority policy, when it is set to speed, what it's going to do is if your printer can print things simultaneously, it's going to try to print them simultaneously together if you select the priority policy. So let's talk about that. Okay, so we have our white at the bottom, then we're going to come back with color, and then we're going to come back and we're going to put clear gloss on this. I want to do this job as fast as possible, so I'm going to push speed and I'm going to hit composite. And if you'll notice, it's put in there the white, the color, and the clear gloss on different output orders here. So it's going to say 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, RasterLink just said it does not like me. I'm sorry for that. Let me do this. Let me open that back up. So while RasterLink is opening back up, we will actually come in here and I'm going to open up that file that we were just looking at. I want you guys to see that when you're opening these files or you're looking at some of the files that I have given you, is you'll see how I actually have these things separated out on my layers. And it is important to do that for me, because all I have to do is turn off that layer, save out my color, and then turn off my color, turn on my clear or my white, and then just save that out, and then bring both of them in. Instead of using valid, instead of trying to find and all of that white in there, it was just a lot easier for me to just do it in the pink. Actually, because let's try this again. I guess I might have loaded too many files into it. Same thing goes if we're wanting to make a cut line on this, changing it to meter. Miter and rounded. Miter means that if it has, well, I'll show you. See, if it's rounded, it's going to round off all the corners, and miter means it's going to keep 90-degree corners when it can and possible. Let's back up. Okay, sorry about that. So we're going to go back over here to our 7151. Also, while we're talking about composing jobs together, I always like to open up the jobs and bring the jobs in and make my print setting changes on the jobs. So before I change any of the profiles. The reason why I do that is because if I change the profiles and then I go to try to compose them together, sometimes you will not be able to compose them together because of the profile or the resolution differences. What I'm meaning is, especially on our roll-to-roll machines, if you have your white layer at 600 by 600 and your color layer that you've set for maybe brought it in under a different favorite, and it's got a 6 by 12 profile, it's not going to allow you to compose those together because it has different resolutions set to it. So that's why I like bringing in my artwork and then setting my special colors and then going and compositing them together. And then after compositing them together, then I go in and make my resolution or my profile changes to that artwork. So let's go in and we'll talk about this. This is the 4-layer file. We have a 3-layer file and I have a 2-layer file. So let's go in and we'll talk about how to put in the 2-layer file, the 3-layer file, the 4-layer file, and having to set up a 5-layer file on our UCJB 330 or the 300. Any of the roll-to-roll UV machines that has the capabilities of doing 5 layers. Remember, our UJV100s can only do 2 layers, either color white or color clear. It cannot do the 3 layers simultaneously, the 4 layers simultaneously, or the 5 layer simultaneous printing that the UCJV 300 and the 330 can do. So when you bring in a file and you're wanting to do a color white color white color is used very often, especially in the backlit applications. You can do that. And if you're wanting to do stickers on a clear material and you want it to look double-sided, then you can do color white and then color. So all you're going to do is duplicate your color layer. You're going to come in, you're going to make a special color with white, and you're going to do a whole image, and you're going to create that. You're going to hold down your shift button. You're going to select your color layer, your white layer, and your color layer. You're going to come over here to composite, and you're going to composite those together. You want to be sure before you send this over to print or you change the resolution of it, you want to make sure all of your output order, all of them are set to number 1. That is how you do a 3-layer color white color. If you're just going to want to do a 2-layer file, as you've seen before, and I want to talk about, okay, what if we have something where we have a cut line? That's why I wanted to make sure you guys, especially on this 5-layer print, understand how to deal with something that already has a cut line on it. So remember that your cut line has to be at the very top of your artwork. All right, so when you bring in the 5-layer file that I have put here for you, it's the push and pull thing that we have done before. I have something for my white layer and I have my black blockout layer. So between 3 layers, 4 layers, and 5 layers, what is going to be the difference is going to be the transparency of the ink. So on a 4-layer file, you'll see that we have a shading plate, which is a shading plate. What it is going to do is it's going to put where the light doesn't go through as much, just like it says, it's a shading plate. So the reason why 5-layer, we like to have a black layer in there is because we want it to totally block it out. So the reason why we use color white color is when it's backlit, then the light comes through the ink and it still stays really nice and bright, and none of your colors wash out when the light and the illuminance behind the artwork. Well, if we're doing a 5-layer or we're wanting something that has double-sided and maybe we're putting it on a window, well, that window is going to have light come through it. And what we don't want is to see both images when it's backlit or that it's lit up. So that's why we have a black blockout layer in our 5-layer artwork. So let's go. So we have our 5-layer black here, and then we have something where we have our white. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to come over here. We're going to make a special plate with white, valid pixel. I'm going to create it. And then I'm going to create another one, because what we're going to do is we're going to have white. Sorry, we're going to have color. We're going to have white. We're going to have our black blockout layer. Then we're going to have another layer of white. And then we're going to come back with our color. So this is for a 5-layer. You can see how I have this set up when you open it up in Illustrator. And I have my cut line. Now, you don't want your cut line on the bottom color. You want it on your top color. So here's my top color. I'm going to select my cut line, my color layer, my white layer, my blackout layer, my second white layer, and my bottom color. And I'm going to come over here to my composition. And in my composition, you'll see that you can actually change these around as far as where it goes. Notice just because it says and it goes red here doesn't necessarily mean that you can't do it. It's just telling you, hey, did you know that you moved that around? Yes, yes, I did move that around. Also on this bottom layer, because that is going to be second surface, we're going to reverse that out. So that means that if you're going to make something that is double-sided or you're wanting to do a 5-layer print, and you will have to reverse that last image. Take that into account, especially if you're doing stuff that is shapes, because if you're doing shapes, that means that it has to be symmetrical. So we're going to reverse that bottom layer so that that is second surface reading. Then we're going to have white. Then we're going to have our black block out layer. Then we're going to have white. Then we're going to have our top color. And then we are going to cut it out. I'm a little bit worried right here because I don't see my output order that is going to be correct. So let's go see how that white layer had retract and print selected. We're going to compose these together. Notice right there, we all have ones right there in our output order. That is important. We want all of these to print at the same time. These 5 layers can print at the same time, and then it's going to come back and cut. And that's exactly what we want. But let's release those again, and I want to make sure you understand that sometimes if a pullback and print or retract and print is selected, your output order sometimes will be incorrect. So if this one is selected where it has retract and print, see how it changes all of that output order? So you want to make sure before, as you're looking at this, that your output order is correct, especially on the roll-to-roll machines. Let's make sure everybody's clear. I keep getting questions and questions about this. You cannot print white and color and clear gloss simultaneously. Unfortunately, sometimes it will allow or it'll make it seem like you can. And I want you to understand that you cannot. If you are wanting to do color, white, and clear gloss, you have to pull back and print that clear gloss. The reason why you have to pull back and print the clear gloss is because of the delay in the lamps to get the gloss effect on that ink. So please be aware if you're going to want to do color, white, and clear gloss together, it is going to be a pull back and print. If it is going to pull back and print, please make sure your pinch rollers are in the proper position. Please make sure that you have done your feed comp and drop position. And I think Joel will go over a little bit about feed comp and drop position later. That is important, but I wouldn't go over 45 inches and expect your machine to be able to pull back and print accurately over a period, over a length more than 45 inches. So kind of keep that in mind that as the material is moving through the machine after it's pulled back and print, it can shift a little bit. So if that's the case, take that into consideration that maybe you'll want to do a smaller batches. Maybe you're just going to want to do batches in about 24 inches. And then, like we said, go back to that execution and execute that several times. That way it's printing the white and then it's coming back and pulling back and printing the color and gloss together, or it's printing the white and color at the same time and then coming back and pulling back and putting down the gloss ink. So make sure everybody's clear on that, how that works. Okay, so let's see what that looks like so that you can understand how to set the pullback and print. All right, so we have a white layer, we have a clear gloss layer or clear, let's make sure it's gloss because sometimes it can do matte at the same time. I'm going to make sure, come back to gloss. I'm going to do white. I'm going to do color. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to move my clear gloss at the top, my white down here at the bottom, and then I'm going to composite it. I'm showing you that, guys, this because I want you to understand this is almost, this is kind of glitchy in RasterLink because you can actually see how right now it's going to try to send all of those over at the same time. It's not going to print properly. That's why I wanted to show you guys this. You're going to want to select one of them to retract and print. Notice when you're selecting your clear gloss layer, retract and print is not something that you can select. It's grayed out. So that's why you're going to want to select your color layer and pull it and select it to retract and print. And you'll see that it changes the output order, and then we can push composite. When we push composite, you'll notice that the output order has stayed the same way. So how this is going to do it is it is going to print the white and then the color, and then it's going to retract and print your clear gloss. So I hope that clears up the fact that if you're wanting on the roll machines, if you're wanting to do white, color, and clear gloss together, it is going to retract and print. Okay, I think the next thing that probably is important that is also going to be something that you can add to your favorite is trapping. I call it trapping because I've been in the offset world for a very long time. And I remember back in the day when you actually had to go in and trap your artwork in Illustrator, and it was kind of a nightmare. And RasterLink has made this very easy to be able to go back and trap it. What I mean is that if your white is peeking out underneath your color, whether it be 1 pixel, 2 pixels, and it's hanging out, this is exactly what you're going to want to do is come in here to the layer option and use the special color correction, and you're going to select the size. Be sure that you're looking at this because on the white layer, you can see this is where the special colors, because I can't do anything to my color layer. I can only special color correct just my special colors. So my white layer, I'm going to select thinning, and I'm going to come back and thin this by 3 points. 3 pixels, meaning very small amounts. Look over here at the very small amount that you can do it. You can do it up to 10, but remember, you want it to do in each direction. You want it to do it in the scan direction and the feed direction. I try to keep these consistent. So I'm doing 5 pixels both in both directions. It's usually 3 is what I use. I think Hugo uses 5 a lot. So this is also going to depend on how thick of your ink is going to be. Maybe we're doing something that's textured and we're putting down a lot of stuff. Or same thing goes when I do some of my Braille applications. Sometimes I'll thin some of that stuff out. Just understand that when you're doing white and color, because the white, if you're doing like say 12 by 12, that 12 by 12 puts down a lot of ink. So you're going to want to make sure that when your color layer comes back on top of your white, the edge of that white cannot be seen. And that's what this is your special color correction here, where you can actually thin it out. The reason why it also gives you the option of thickening something is because sometimes on my clear, especially when I'm doing my 7151, y'all know I do those little pins. Well, I really like going in and correcting the size and thickening it up by 3 or 4 points. What that does is that allows that clear ink or that clear gloss ink to encase my white and my color layer. And it makes it where it also helps with adhesion, I think, because if it doesn't give such a hard edge to the edge of the ink, it kind of encases that. And it makes it where it's not as easily caught with like your fingernail or maybe, as you're putting something in your pocket. So I do like using the thickening of our clear gloss, and I will use that quite a bit to encase my ink when I'm doing that. So that's what the color correction is. Now, the layer adjustment, I do kind of want to get into this. So the layer adjustment is correcting the position of your white or your clear. What I mean by that, so let's go back. Here's your job list. Here's your layers. These two are printing together. So on this one, if your printer is consistently out 3 pixels to the right, maybe you had something happen and you had a material jam, and it changed the adjustment of or the alignment of your machine. If you're seeing a consistent where it's 3 or 2 or 4 pixels to the right or the left, you can come in here and change and correct the position of it. Notice here it's going to tell you right here the scan direction. Positive numbers goes to the left, negative numbers goes to the right. And the feed direction, back goes in the positive direction, and if you're trying to move it to the front of the table, you want to go in the negative direction. This is important. If you're consistently having to do this, you might want to call a technician out to realign or readjust your heads so that it comes down right on top of each other. But in the interim, so that you don't have to stop printing, you can come in here and correct the position. So the reason I wanted to show you this kind of stuff is because this is some of the stuff that you can actually add to your favorites. All right, so let's get down into favorites. Okay, so like I said, we're going to bring in some files and we're going to set up exactly the print condition that we want for our favorite. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Let's go back to the 4 color. I gave you the 5 color. Let's do the 4 color. The 4 layer. So on our 4 layer, I gave you this artwork if you want to. Let's talk about, let's compose these together. So as you see, make sure that you're doing this in the right position. You want your shading plate, you want your bottom color to come first. You don't want to reverse this out. If y'all are confused about what the 4 layer is, the 4 layer print is one, I'm sure all of you have seen it, where the lady has a white dress on and you put it on a backlit or you put it up against light and it changes her dress to red. That's what this is, which is the 4 color, which what we call is the day-night application. And this one, the file that I gave you, you will be able to go and practice with it. But you're going to want your bottom artwork color on the bottom. Then you're going to want your shading plate, then your white ink, and then that color back on top of it. And you can see kind of what it's going to look like over here on the right-hand side of your screen. You'll notice that when the light is off, it will look like it's just during the day. And when the light turns on, then what happens is the shading plate is deciding where the light is going to come through most. So that's the point of the shading plate. So on my shading plate, what I wanted to happen is that the car lights come on for the cars and the word summer nights appears in our image. So you'll see where your white areas are is where more light is going to come through. I use a 20% black or a gray area on this. You can also come in to this on your shading plate and select shading plate from your job attributes. Your job attribute shading plate, and when you change that, it will change that to a little bit darker. So it's up to you whether you just want to use a gray amount of ink, or if you want to come in and change the job attribute to the shading plate option. So then you're going to select them together. You're going to composite them together. And all of those, again, will print simultaneously at the same time. But that's the point of the shading plate. The shading plate is telling you, okay, where do you want more light to come through on the image when it is backlit? So on this one, you'll see that the car lights will come on and the summer nights will be more prominent. So that's how a day and night is done. Okay, so now let's go, because I really want to show you guys before we take another break here in a minute. I really want to show you guys a lot of things about our favorites. Okay, so let's talk about banner and high speed. Of course, we all have banner. What I'd like to do is make some favorites for the most used applications that we have in our facility. So we probably know we're going to run banner. We probably know we're just going to run some calendared gloss vinyl. But we also, maybe we have some that we have for a 3M, some cast vinyl. That's going to be important. A clear vinyl is going to be important. That clear vinyl is going to need a little different profile on it than what, maybe a banner is going to use, right? So kind of keep that stuff in mind. Same thing with canvas. And so that's why I have set these up. And I also like to set up two different ones. I want to have one that is going to use a higher resolution and one that's going to use a medium resolution. Maybe I have one that is going to use, this banner, and it's going to be 20 feet in the air, and it's maybe not going to matter if it has a little bit of banding to it. And maybe I can set that one to use the fastest speed of the printer. Maybe I'm doing something that's on canvas, and that canvas print needs to be as high quality as we possibly can get, and then we can set all of these up in our favorites. So let's talk about favorites. Here is your favorites functions. As you see, I have made some of the favorites that we've talked about here. So let's go and we'll talk about it. Okay, so let's make our matte vinyl favorites for a medium resolution and a high resolution. So to make this matte vinyl favorite for my medium resolution, what I'm going to do is go and set up the file exactly how I want my favorite to be. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to set all of my print quality in here. I've tested it out. And on my matte vinyl, I use Arlon, and I'm going to want to use a 600 by 600 profile. It's not going to be the fastest, but it's going to be really good quality and still have some speed. So I'm going to set that up, and I'm going to make sure and set, maybe I want an increased pass count on this, but I really don't. I'm going to want to keep that at default. And then I'm going to come over and I'm going to go to my favorite section. Hold on, I'm going to go back to properties so that you guys can see it. Okay, so here is my favorite section. So I have my job set up exactly how I want it, and I'm going to now come and create a favorite for, like I said, a matte vinyl at medium resolution. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to name my favorite. So matte vinyl at medium resolution, I'm going to select the green button so that it now becomes part of my drop-down menu. See, now you have it up here, matte medium resolution. So what you see over here on your right-hand side are all of the settings that you can set in your favorite in RasterLink7. So what we're going to do is look here. You have your hot folder creation, you have undo, You have update favorite, or you can have load settings, meaning if you come in and you pull something in and it's using the wrong setting, you can come in here and say, hey, actually put this setting. Put the setting of the medium banner resolution to this job. So the medium resolution for our mat, we're going to come in. We have our matte vinyl. We're going to select our Arlon. We've already named it. Now we're going to go through these sections over here of our job attributes, of our resolution, of all of the things, and we're going to say, okay, this is how your job is set up over here on the right-hand side. Here's the settings for your favorite over here on the left-hand side. So we're going to go to the quality tab, and you'll see that the favorite is set up at 1200 by 1200 right now using that 3M profile. What I want my favorite to be set up as this Arlon matte material at 600 by 600. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to tell it to update the favorite. When you update the favorite, you will see that now it has changed your favorite to use the resolution that you're wanting, which is nice. That way, when you go and try to open a file, this now medium matte resolution will be available for you. If you're wanting to create a hot folder for that, which we'll talk about hot folders in a minute when I get into Braille, then you're going to be able to see, you're going to come over here to the to these little gears, and then you're going to see this hot folder come up, and you're going to look at this folder path and you're going to be like, I have no idea what the folder path is. Ignore that. All you're going to do is hit the create button. When you hit the create button, then RasterLink will automatically make that hot folder for you, and then it will show you where your folder path is. So after it creates it, you'll see it in the hot folder section. And I'll show you guys where to find those hot folders, because those hot folders are important, especially if you're using the Braille option, because the Braille option, you have to actually bring those files in to RasterLink through the hot folder. It'll also help you if you have hot folders that you can create aliases, or you can have the drop, just drop them in to the hot folders from your desktop. You could just make a quick set on that on your desktop, and you can have one folder for your banner, one folder for your gloss vinyl, one folder for your clear material, and just drop them straight into RasterLink from your desktop. And that's what hot folders do and why they're really nice to be able to use. Okay, so that's the basics of how you go and add it. But notice that you can also add, not only can you add the resolution, but you can also scale it. So same thing goes, so let's go back. So we fix this. I want to show you how you can actually set up a really cool favorite for your tiling sample. So when you bring it in, if you'll notice, I actually made a favorite for the tiling. And all the tiling section is really cool because it will actually save out all of your tiling stuff that you've done. See right here, I have where I had a 400 and where we put it, where we had a 1/2 inch over here. So let's make a tiling favorite. These were 45 tiles. I'm going to add that to it. I'm going to say, hey, this is where my job, I've set up the job exactly how I want it. Please update the favorite. And see how now when you bring something in, so when I go file open and I bring that file back in, it will automatically put all of it together for me, which I love. And it's really going to help make sure that we keep everything consistent. So when you go file open and you select something, and I'm going to push OK, See where all your favorites are? Now you can select, okay, I want this one to use my 45-inch panel. Maybe I want this one to be on my banner. Maybe I want this to use the clear gloss valid pixel. I wanted to show you that, guys, that because you can actually do a lot of things in your favorites to be able to do that. All right, so another thing in favorites, let's talk about adding special plates. So we're going to bring this in. We're going to bring in the clear. And notice that I already have something here that's called monocolor to magenta to clear gloss. And I'm going to push OK. When this job comes in, notice it's automatically going to set for me. It's automatically going to set that magenta to clear gloss. And we didn't have to go in and mess with anything else. That's why these favorites are really cool. And let's say, I think I set up one also for where it will automatically put white underneath it. White auto under. So I'm going to push OK. And you'll notice when this job comes in, I have my favorite set to use a white plate and automatically composite and put it underneath my color layer. I want to show you guys how to set that up. So we're going to go over to my favorite. We're going to put this back on, and I'm going to show you guys how I set that up. So let's go to my white under. We're going to go to the selection of the of it. Oh, I'm sorry. I have the wrong job selected. I'm just going to select one layer. I'm going to come back in. So what you're going to want to do is if you have something that is, so we already have this as valid pixel. So you're going to come in, you're going to select it. We're going to go down to white under. We're going to come down here to our special plates. We're going to put it over. See how I made it to where it automatically updated my favorite to my valid pixel and my clear gloss. Oh, I don't want to see how undo. Okay. So notice over here under job setup, it doesn't give us the option over here to automatically turn on automatic creation. So if you're wanting it to automatically create it, and if you want it to automatically composite it on the top or the bottom, you need to come over here into this favorite section, the select special plates. And after you tell it what type of ink that you want it to do it, then you need to come in here and turn these on. These are defaulted to be off. So if you have your favorite set to where it's and you haven't come in here and changed this, and you try to bring it in and wonder, hey, how come it's not changing it? Because you don't have the automatic creation on. You want to come in and turn the automatic creation on, and then this automatic compose order is also off. So you'll want to turn that on. And then when you turn that on, then you have the option to compose it automatically on top or automatically on bottom for your favorite. So I hope that helps you understand how to set up your automatic under or automatic creation of your special plates. Notice that I cannot do an automatic creation of two layers. I can't automatically compose a white, a color, and a clear together simultaneously through my favorites. That's why I have one set up where the white will automatically go under, and then I have one that will automatically set clear gloss as a valid pixel. And the other things that you can actually save out as your favorite is you can also save out whether you have correct position on or off. So you can put your trapping in there. You can put in execution times, which is nice. Automatically print this 3 times every single time. You can set that up. And then, of course, you know, as well as everybody, that we can do all of this in the image edit in our favorites as well. So let's go and we'll talk about that. Let's go back to that one that we had where we had our cut conditions. So here we have our automatic registration marks on there, and we have it arranged at the center, and we have our search position set how we want to. We're going to set 12 copies of this. And we're going to come in here to the cut edit menu, and I'm going to change which tool settings I'm going to use because I want cut 1 on my machine. I have set up cut 1 for my kiss cut. So I'm going to select my cut contour 1, and I'm going to say, instead of panel setting, which is default, I'm going to use the user definition to cut 1. And I'm going to hit apply. Remember, if you don't hit apply, it's when you'll see it, if you don't hit apply, it will not change the cut condition up here. So you want to make sure you come in and hit apply. Notice all of our plotters and our print cut machines do have 7 different options that you can use. And I strongly suggest that you do cut and testing on your cut presets on your machine and use those rather than trying to change your speed, pressure, and offset over here because you're not being able to do any test cutting here. Go to test your cut conditions, and then use what you set up on the machine. So we're going to have that. And then on cut condition half, I'm going to set that one to, let's say, number 4, and I'm going to hit apply. Reason why, also notice here in this cut edit, you can actually change what your pinch roller pressure is going to be. So you can change your pinch roller pressure, and you can set it to where, maybe you have a solvent machine. And remember, if you have a solvent machine or if you have any of our print cut machines, you have different pinch rollers settings for when you're printing and when you're cutting. And this one is going to change what your pinch rollers are going to do while it's cutting. The reason why that's important is maybe your solvent isn't quite dry yet, but you want to go ahead and try to cut it anyway because you're not cutting into the color, so you feel comfortable. Well, if that's the case, maybe you really don't want your pinch rollers going through the ink. So if you want to, you can come in here and change the inner pinch rollers to off so that it is only going to use during cutting the pinch rollers on the ends and setting those to low, medium, or high. Most of your UV machines, you don't have to worry about the cut pressure. You don't have to turn the inner ones off. But if you do have a lot of clear gloss elements, sometimes it is good to go ahead and turn those off because if those rollers are a little bit dirty and they roll through your clear gloss, maybe it might mar the surface. Auto cut. Auto cut is nice. I don't know if a lot of you guys know that this is here. This means after the job, the machine is actually going to go and cut off the material using the blade that cuts the material off. So that's what this is doing. This is saying after you get done printing and after you get done cutting, what I want you to do is just sheet off that material. That's what this auto cut is. Also, you know what? I forgot that to put a perf cut around my artboard. I totally forgot about that. Well, if that's the case, you can come in here and do an outer frame cut. Outer frame cut is just going to create a cut line on the outside of your artboard. And and you can set it to outer cut frame, and then you can go in there and select the detail. And then you can come in here and say, I'm going to use that perf cut, that perf cut condition that I set up on cut 4. And then you can push OK. And it will automatically set up where it can do that perf cut on your outer frame if you had forgot to put that in your artwork. A lot of people don't know that this is in here, but RasterLink7 has definitely added some different options for you, especially in this cut edit menu. Cut edit menu also is where your print and cut origin adjustment is done. I don't know if you guys do this very often, but if your prints don't match your cuts and it's consistently off to the right 4 pixels every single time or 3 millimeters to the right every single time, that print and cut origin adjustment is definitely going to help you out to make sure you're aligning your cuts back up with your print. If you would like, I do have extensive videos explaining how to set up your cut conditions on your printers and test cut them correctly, and how to use your print and cut origin adjustment. It's in my presentation, and on YouTube, we have some videos on it on the Texas Mimaki YouTube, and the YouTube channel of Mimaki USA will have explanations, hopefully that you will understand, going over the print and cut origin adjustment. So that's where the print and cut origin adjustment is, to make sure that you're putting your machine origin back into specification if it has become off. So I don't know if that will help you guys out, but all of these settings that we are doing right here, you can actually set up with your favorite. So we're going to make a new favorite. We're going to say stickers to cut conditions. We're going to come over here. Here's where, all right, well, we scaled it up a little bit. We have all of our crop marks on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, update that favorite. And it updated the favorite. So now when we bring in a job and we're using this stickers cut condition, it will automatically add the registration marks. It'll automatically scale it up a little bit. Also notice, look, that it's going to be able to take all of this, but most important, right? See, it's also going to give you the cut edit information that we've got as well, which is nice. And so if you're wanting to, it will automatically do this stuff for you, right? It's going to rotate it. It's going to add that. It's going to have your registration marks. So I really do like that you can actually set a lot of this stuff up in your favorites section. So I hope that helps you guys understand the favorites a little bit more. But if you have more questions, please feel free to add those. And we are at another, this is going faster than I wanted to. We're going to go ahead and take another break. We are going to be back at in 10 minutes. When we come back in 10 minutes, then we are going to start going over the Braille function and how to bring the Braille in. We're going to talk about the files in Illustrator, how all of that stuff works. And then after my Braille part of the presentation, then Joel will talk to us about color. Okay, thank you for staying with us. All right, let's get into Braille. So let's look at the files that I sent to you guys, or that is in the download link. So in the download link, you're going to have that Braille font that I told you about that we're going to be talking about today. And I also have the file that I have given you that we're going to be talking about and that I'm going to be showing you. Here it is. And then I'm also going to show you that I saved out the files that we're actually going to be dropping into the hot folder. So every machine, just so you know, if you have a machine that has been installed, it has at least one hot folder that it's already been made. Whether you've gone in and added more favorites and made hot folders, when your technician came and installed your machine, it automatically sets up a hot folder. That means when you pull in a job, maybe your jobs always come in at 600 by 600, or they always come in at 1200 by 1200. That was your original hot folder settings. So when we're talking about Braille, the files that Illustrator saves out cannot go through RasterLink any way other than dropping it into the hot folder. So I want to make that 100% clear because it's gotten people a little bit confused. So where your hot folders are, you're going to go to your C drive, the drive that has RasterLink installed on it. And you will see RasterLink, and it is called the RasterLink7 is MIJ control. And when you double click it, there you will see your hot folder. If you have more than one if you have more than one printer on your RasterLink, you will see the hot folders for them. As you'll see, if I go into the 330, I don't have any subfolders. If I go into the UCJV 300, I do not have any hot folders. So I want you to be aware. See, there's that matte medium resolution that we made a while ago. So I'm going to pull it in to my new JFX 200 1213. And that's what I have right here. I was using the one out in LA. So when we go and pull these files that we are going to create for Braille, they need to be put into this hot folder. So I'm going to pull this out so that we can see it. And I will drop it in there a little bit later. Okay, so let's go and let's look at the file that I sent to you. Okay, so this is important. If you want to know what the ADA compliances are in your state, because they will change per state, 0.6 is what your dots need to be and your text needs to be in Texas. 0.9 is going to be what is California. So there's different levels that we're going to be able to set, and I'm going to show you that here. Okay. So let's talk about our artboard first. The artboard is important. When the RasterLink tool saves out your files, it is going to save it out to what you have masked off. It is not going to care about your artwork, your artboard. It's not going to care about your artboard. What it's going to care about is what artwork is on the file. So if you have a random dot out over here, when it saves out that file, it's going to include this something that's out here. So make sure you are masking out the exact size that you want it to be. All right, let's talk about Braille. So our process is not going to give you the correct translation of Braille. In the presentations, there is links to websites that you can go to that will help you find the correct translation to Braille Type 2, which is what you're going to need. And the reason why I say that is because Braille Type 2 has actually changed. If we're going to use the word women, well, Braille Type 2 actually has changed it where there's not going to be a character for each one. There's going to be a character, one specific character for the two letters EN. That's going to be the difference between Braille Translation 1 and Braille Translation 2. So please make sure that you're going and getting your Braille translation properly from those free websites. You'll also see that some of the Braille translation will also put in there indicators for you of what the person who is sight impaired is going to need indicators of what they're about to read. And they will add indicator marks to that. It'll let the person know that is sight impaired, you're about to read letters or you're about to read numbers. And so you'll see that there's indicators that need to be there to be compliant. But the Braille font is exactly what you're going to want. So you're going to go and select the Braille font, and you're going to use it at a 24 point. And when you have it at 24 point, that is going to be the correct size of the dot that you will want for your Braille. So this is important. So after you have your translation correct and you have your text correct, and let's also on your lettering needs to be, you don't want to do anything serif. You don't you don't want to have anything that has serifs. So make sure you guys are going and reading the documentation that we are giving to you or that's on that presentation, because you'll want to make sure that your lettering is the correct size and that it is not using serifs. So you'll want to make sure, I like using about an 80 point type on that on my lettering. It's up to you, but I believe 5/8 is the smallest you can do, and you don't want to go over 1 inch. And I think Hugo can correct me on that if I'm wrong, but you don't want to use serifs. After you get your text correct, once you have your text correct and you have your Braille font correct, you will want to go and create outlines. I don't like sending over Braille stuff that has live fonts. Okay, so I've masked out my artwork to the 6x9 pieces that I'm going to do. I have masked it out, and I want to go in and look at this a little bit, because when I first designed this file, all of this stuff in the background was all vector. And what I did is I went in, because there was so many elements to it, it was having problems ripping because I had just so much in there. If all else fails, rasterize, as we know. So this is rasterized back here. So understand you're not going to be able to move any of these elements, but my text is still there. Okay. So I have what I'm going to print and my color on my bottom layer. And I'm going to turn off my bottom layer and I'm going to select my top layer. This is the only thing that I'm going to want to tell the printer to actually build up for my lettering, for my Braille, and on this particular case, like with some of the Braille applications we've seen, it is also going to build up this little bar. And so I wanted you guys to know that it's going to build all of this at the same time. So I've set up my artwork for my color, and now notice that I want my Braille and my text to be black. So this, depending on how you're going to use your Braille, whether you're going to use the standard setting, which uses clear ink, or if you're going to use the fast speed setting, which uses a color mix of cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. And some of the printers use white. So I want you to be aware that some of the printers lay down the fast speed Braille differently than others. The 200 will use cyan, magenta, yellow, black, and white simultaneously and come down and print several layers of that to build up our Braille and our text. And then it will come back over with our color, depending on how we want to do it. So I'm going to show you that. So I want my lettering to be black and my Braille dots to be black. So that's why in my color, I have that lettering black. Then I have my Braille. So what I'm going to do is I've taken everything on my color layer and I have grouped it together and masked it out. And it's exactly what I want as far as my color. Then I have my Braille. I am going to select everything that I want to build. I don't want to select this whole rectangle. If I selected everything, then it's just going to try to build this whole rectangle. We only want it to build the classroom, that bar, and my Braille dots. So once I have those selected, I'm going to come over here and select the Mimaki RasterLink Braille tool. And you'll notice that this Braille tool is going to give me an option of whether I want to go high speed, whether I want to go standard. And you'll notice that it'll show you how it's going to build it. On the standard, it's showing you that it's going to build it with the clear ink. On high speed, it's showing you it's going to build it using a CMYK. Also notice you're going to get your levels here. When it's talking about levels, it's asking you, how high do you want your Braille to be? This is important. Level 3, using the high-speed Braille, using LH100 ink. Level 3 is going to hit 0.6 doing high-speed Braille. Another thing that is important is this composite order, because this is going to automatically composite something together, just like our favorite did. When we bring it into RasterLink, it's automatically composite together. What this green line is it's asking you, what do you want me to do with the color layer of your file? Do you want me to put it down first and then build the texture of the Braille and the lettering? Or do you want me to do it after I build the Braille? I like using it to do it after instead of on top of it. I mean, instead of it being on the bottom, instead of my color being on the bottom and then me building my Braille, I'm actually going to want to build my Braille and then come back and put my color. And that's what this composite order is asking you. So to get 0.6 with LH100 ink, you're going to use level 3. To get 0.9 with LH100 ink, you're going to use level 4 on high speed. I have found through our testing, if you're going to use standard and you're going to use a clear dot or you're going to use clear ink to build your Braille, I like using level number 2. In my testing, level number 2 hit 0.7. So if you're going to go up to level 4, that is going to be a little too much, in my opinion, on the clear. So please be aware of that. So high speed, I like doing level 3. I'm going to set it to where it is going to composite them. And my color is going to come out on top. And then you can select this, which is cover up the Braille with white. Mm-hmm. And I have too much stuff open. It did not like me. I figured that's how it was. So when it saves it out, so we select that and it saves it out. Then what it does is it comes, I'll show you again in a second. What it does is it comes and it makes 2 files. So it's going to make 2 files for you. And on those 2 files, what it's going to do is you're going to take these 2 files that it creates and you are going to drop it into the hot folder. So I'm going to drop these 2 files into my 7151 and my 1213 so that you can see how it comes in. So I'm going to drop it into my 1213. And you'll see over here in RasterLink, it came into RasterLink. When it came into RasterLink, you'll see that it does have the color on the top, and you'll see that little Braille function on your icon for your job. And there it is, what it looks like in your general print area. I want to caution everybody that when you bring this into your general print area, even if you're going to come and put it into a jig print, so I have set up a jig print for my 6x9 Braille, and I'm going to put it in my jig print, and you can get on this bed, you can get 35 copies of this Braille. And if I did this actual image, 35 different signs on this one, then this bedtime is about an hour and a half using this Braille speed at the high speed Braille for 0.6. So here's 35 of them, but I want to caution you guys, I have found that I don't like my results if I try to scale this out when I'm using our Braille function. I don't really like scaling it. If I scale this to 90%, and what happens, I've noticed, is that it messes with the dots a little bit, and it makes them a little bit oval instead of a perfectly round dot. And so I will caution you in trying not to scale out your Braille files. Also notice that some things are grayed out when you are in Braille. If you have set something in a jig print and you want to make changes to it, you have to unclick the jig print to go back in and change it. Notice that some of the things are not available on a Braille file. You cannot go in and crop a Braille file out either. So this also, if you're going to do Braille, Joel in a minute will talk to you a little bit more about adding the profiles. But if you're going to use the high-speed Braille and you're going to use the standard Braille, you will see that there are specific media profiles for the Braille. And you need to make sure that you have those downloaded and installed into your machine. The only machines that have the ability to do the high-speed Braille right now is the JFX 200 1213, the UJF 6042 MK2E, the 7151 plus 2. Those are the three machines, and the UJF 3042. Those four machines are the ones that you can use the Braille high speed and standard printing that we're seeing right now. You can use it, the Braille function, if you have LH100 ink or if you have LUS 120 ink. If your machine has the LUS 150 ink, the Braille option is not going to be available to you because you will not have the media profile to do it. So I wanted to bring that in and make sure everybody understands that that is an automatic process through RasterLink, that when it comes in, it is going to automatically put that media profile for Braille on there. And it's going to do the passes and the overprints and all the layering on its own. We're not going to mess with it. We'd have no control over it. I can't come in here and add more overprints for this Braille. If you need it higher, you need to go back into Illustrator and change it, or I'll show you in a second how you can change it here in RasterLink. Okay. So as I said, I'm going to want to do my Braille first and then come back with my color. Well, maybe I want some white ink because I like also being able to do white ink with my files. So let's go back over to my 7151. And I'll show you that I actually have a white ink set up for this 6x9 Braille, which is nice. And I wanted to show you that I have it set up where if I wanted to, I could go in and do a white plate. So I'm going to show you how to add a white plate to a Braille job that you have already brought over. So here's my white, and then here's that Braille high speed, and here's my color. But I want to add some white ink in there. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to release these two. I'm going to select my white. I'm going to hold down Control. I'm going to select my high-speed Braille, and then I'm going to select my color. I'm going to move my white on top of my Braille build. I don't want to I don't want to lay down my white underneath my Braille build. I have found that that sometimes can compromise my adhesion of my Braille dots. So I like putting my Braille build down first. And even if I'm going to use white ink, maybe we're doing a transparent material, I'm going to come back and put my white and then my color. And then so I'm going to composite those together. And I had my quality section selected. So it's going to build my Braille, it's going to print my white, and then it's going to come back and do my color. I have found that this is a really nice way to make sure that you're getting a really good dot and that all of your build is, I like putting the white ink back on top of my build because it also helps it where, if you have the edge, you can kind of see sometimes as it builds. Maybe I want red lettering and it's building in black. So if I come and put a white layer and then my color of my red letters or my color of my red dots, well, adding that white ink is going to, make it where the edge of that, you can't see that black ink on the edge. We're going to put the white ink down. Then we're going to come back and do the red lettering. So let's say on this one, we're actually going to want to change that to red lettering. So we're going to come over here into the color replacement, and I'm going to replace that with a red. So maybe we just want a red, and I'm going to push apply. And if you select the blink indicating, you can see that now, instead of it using that black, now it will use red. But it's very easy to change this. Again, this color replacement will only work with your vector parts of your artwork. Well, my Illustrator decided that it wanted to work again. So I really hope that this helps you guys out in understanding how the Braille function works. And if you guys have any questions about the Braille, there is video links that we have added that will go through and talk to you a little bit about this. Just because the Braille option isn't available to some of our other machines doesn't mean that it is not doable. You can do it. It's just going to be a little bit more of a manual process to do that Braille rather than the high speed and the standard version that you see through the RasterLink tools that you can do. So the RasterLink tools function is awesome. Hold on, let's go back to RasterLink, and I'm going to show you how you can change that setting. And then I'm going to release it. See how you can change it to standard if you want to, or you can change it to high speed. Hugo, I forgot. Where can you can change it from the layers from 2 or 3 or 4. Hugo will tell us in a minute. But you can come in here and change it if you have it set to 3, you can go in and change it to 4. But you can come in here and change some of it. Like if you decided, oh, actually, I wanted my color to come down first and then put my Braille, you can do that too. Just notice that when you're doing Braille, you don't have the ability to do the priority policy of speed. And you can tell by what your preview looks like, whether, that it's going to be actually that black is going to be on top of your color rather than underneath. So your preview will show you that. Okay, Joel, are you almost ready to do your part of the presentation?
I suppose that I am, yes.
Would you like a break beforehand, or you just want to go with it?
I'm fine to keep going.
Okay, well, I'm going to stop sharing. And I'll let you share your screen. And just to give you a good introduction, everybody, this is Joel Thomas, and he is with in our Atlanta office. And he not only is a color specialist, but he is also a print specialist and somebody that is new to our team. And we're happy to have him. And we're going to let him explain our color in RasterLink.
Okay, so just to piggyback on a couple of the things that Carissa had mentioned, on the quality tab, I just wanted to point out down here at the bottom, there is ink savings, an ink savings feature, and you can adjust how much ink saving you want. Just want to make everyone aware, Mimaki doesn't have any special, any special abilities that anyone else has as far as saving ink. There's always going to be a trade-off when you're saving ink. Basically, what this does is if your image has equal parts cyan, magenta, and yellow, it is going to replace them with just black ink. And so overall, you're using 1 ink instead of 3 for that color. And then basically the small to large is how much it's going to do that. The downside of that is if you're trying to do like a fine art print or something, you might start to see some small black speckles where it's replacing some of the CMY data in your lighter colors. So there's always a trade-off whenever you're trying to do something. So I just wanted to point that out. Carissa did mention about the importing profiles. So just up here under Tools and Profile Manager, just going to bring this up real quick to go through it because live is a little bit better than PowerPoints. All of these screenshots are in the PowerPoint presentation though. There it goes. So this is how we bring in both profiles for our printers as well as input profiles for the design software applications that we're going to be using. Over on the left-hand side, you're going to see all the printers that basically this version of RasterLink has loaded. So, we in the demo room have a bunch of printers, so there's a bunch of different things here. The button here that looks like a little cloud, if you click on that, it's basically going to go out to the web and give you several options for picking the printer that you have, the ink sets. So if you have just dual CMYK, you'd pick 4, and then there's always going to be different options for the ink set you actually have in your printer. And what this is doing is it's just narrowing down the available options to you to pertain more to what you have yourself. If you pick this registered printers only option, these will be limited to what this particular seat of RasterLink has available to it. So you wouldn't necessarily see all of these printers. You're just going to see what your version of RasterLink has. But if you don't select that, you have access to all the profiles that are out there. You can come through here and you can pick as many profiles as you want. Obviously down here, some printers have multiple pages of printers. So if you're looking for a specific material, you can come in here and pick that material. And then when you say okay, it is essentially going to bring those profiles now into this version of RasterLink. So if you have multiple computers with RasterLink on them, you would need to repeat this for each one. The other thing you can do is if you have a special profile on one computer and you want to move it to another computer, you have the option of installing from a folder. One thing that took me a little bit of time to figure this out is there might be the profile that I want in this folder right here, and it is not previewing. It just wants you to select the folder. And once you select the folder, it's going to go out and look in that folder and bring you a pop-up of the profiles that are actually in that folder. So don't be surprised if you're trying to import from a folder from something a tech may have given you or something like that, that it's not going to show up in that folder itself. You need to just basically tell it to look in that folder, and then you'll get this additional pop-up. If you see an exclamation point, that is basically telling you that profile is already residing within this version of RasterLink. So if you select it, it's basically going to want to overwrite your existing profile. So that's just a couple of precautions there. As far as input profiles, the base RasterLink comes with a bunch of input profiles that have the words Mimaki in them. They do specific things. Some of them tend to produce colors that are a little bit heavy-handed because most people in the sign industry want deep, vibrant colors, but it isn't necessarily great for skin tones and things like that. And I'll talk a little bit later too. In my opinion, it is best to match your input profiles here as to what your input profiles are in your design applications, just to minimize the surprises that you might get with your output. So what I have done is I've actually come in here and I've added this Grackle 2013, that's a CMYK profile, and I've added the Adobe RGB and the sRGB as well. One of these I think is actually defaulted in here. And so to get those, you basically have to install from folder. In the PowerPoint presentation, I have actually listed where on the Windows operating system that it keeps its profiles. So you can go in there and you can basically, when you install like Illustrator or Photoshop, it's going to put any profile it needs in that folder. So you could always, to match what you have in your Creative Suite, you would always be able to go into that Windows folder and find what matches with your Adobe products. And like I said, it is my recommendation to match them to your design program. When we are over here in our quality tab, you'll see that we have Mimaki Expand Color, we have the Mimaki Deep Natural Color, and you can see these are read-only. We can't really go through here and change these settings. If we want to create our own, we actually have to come in here and type something in, hit plus, and now we have the ability to change whatever we want here. So down here where it says CMYK, I can click that. And since I've added that Grackle, because that's what I particularly am using in my Adobe products, I can pick that. And now anytime that I pick this test color matching dropdown, and this can be in your favorites, it is going to match my input color profiles to my Adobe products. A couple other things that you have here, you'll see that there are pure colors. A lot of times when you are designing a black or more specifically a gray, sometimes you're going to get a color cast to that where you don't really want it. You want it to be 100% just using K ink. So if you come in here and you pick pure K, if it sees that you designed with just black, it will not automatically use the color profile to make that a mix of CMYK. If you design it as CMYK, it's still going to output as CMYK. But if you design it as pure black in Illustrator or Photoshop, it will come over here and process as pure K. Pure K. What happens is it might see a color mix, or it might see that black and it's like, oh, black is, based on the output profile, it has a color mix. And sometimes that just has results that you don't want. Especially if like your head alignment is not perfect, you might see like a little bit of ghosting around your black type and stuff like that where it's more noticeable. So this is just a method to keep that from happening. I've also seen it happen where you might, excuse me, you might get a little bit of magenta in your yellows, and that can be extremely noticeable. So that's just a couple things that you might want to keep in mind, and that's what these are doing here. When it comes to rendering intents, and I will switch over to PowerPoint in just a second to discuss this. Basically, rendering intents are how do you want to manage colors that cannot be achieved by the output profile for your printer. And these are different strategies for achieving the color, or basically mapping the color to what is achievable. So let me jump over to PowerPoint real quick here. Just going to advance through some of these because I've already discussed it. Oh, another thing on the quality tab, my apologies. At the top, you have the ability to color adjust, and you can actually go in and change the overall density of your output. You can come in here and do contrast and color. This is for illustrations. This is for photographs, raster images, and then down here are your specialty colors. I tend not to like to mess around with things in RIP applications in general. If I need a serious color correction, I generally, personal preference, I go back to the design application. But I did want to make you aware that those controls are available within RasterLink itself. I know that some people are more familiar with the color spaces than others. Just a real quick recap. RGB is basically photographs. As you expose film to light, it turns white. CMYK is a subtractive, so basically you start out with your white-based media, and as you add ink to it, it gets dark. And then the component that a lot of people don't necessarily know about is the lab color space. Lab color space is device independent, so it doesn't really take into account your base media. And I just want to give a real quick example of what this is. Lab allows you to see or encompasses all colors possible in the known universe, even more than what we can see. It can be represented in a lab value. So if you have an RGB image and you're converting it to CMYK, it actually goes through the lab color space first, because it's generally how colors are mapped from one color space to another. But you do have the ability to design in the lab color space as well if you want. Lab is the most used term, but you can see on the graphic there, it's also referred to as the LCH model. So lightness is always the center axis. In lab color space, you have plus and minus A and plus and minus B. So you might see a number that's like 50 minus 10 plus 20. So that is going to be somewhere in that grayscale near the top. It's going to be a little bit towards green and a little bit towards blue. So in that 3D model space, you could imagine where that color space is. And then lightness, chroma, and hue is the same exact model. Lightness up the middle. Chroma goes from the gray component of the lightness scale out to the pure colors. And then it's what's called a hue shift. Gives you the 360 around the same model. So I just wanted to let you know, because I'm going to cover a little bit more about that in a minute. And I wanted to, just if you don't know what lab color space is, that's what it is. So as far as rendering intents, it's how do we achieve the color that is not achievable? So basically, here is a color model. This is a particular profile. This little red dot right here is Pantone 185, I believe. So this little guy right here cannot be printed accurately. This is everything that this particular printer profile can represent. So we need to know, how are we going to reproduce this into our actual color space? And then we have the various options as to how that is done. Perceptual is generally done for images. Saturation is used for graphics where color accuracy isn't really necessary. Then we also have relative and absolute. Those are colorimetric formulas. Gray balance is going to use just the linearization from your profile, but not actually color correct your image. And then relative BPC is black point component. So when you have the colorimetric color space, this is essentially a quick illustration of what it is going to do. When you have colorimetric, anything inside the color space, any colors that can be achievable, they don't move. Any colors outside what's achievable, all moved to just the edge of that color gamut. So in this case, this dot right here is going to move just in to the edge of the graphic. Saturation is going to move all of the colors outside the gamut to the edge, and it's actually going to move the colors that are achievable a little bit closer to the outside to give you that density. In the model down here of the ship, you can see there's a little bit less detail in these windows than there is in colorimetric. What perceptual does is it keeps the relationship of all of the colors and it moves everything. So this is going to give you a very pleasing image. You can see we have better highlights here in the grass. We can see more windows here. But if we were speccing a Pantone color, it is not going to be as accurately reproduced under perceptual, because it is, if the Pantone color is in here, it's still going to move and become inaccurate because it's creating the relationship of all of these colors. When it comes to relative and absolute colorimetric, I don't know that it's necessary to delve too deep into that. One takes in the white point of the media and actually does shift all the colors a little bit. But if you need absolute accurate color, the colorimetric is going to be where you need to be, and you're just going to have to deal with the fact that some of your colors outside of your gamut are not good. What that's going to cause is you're going to have a gradation, and if the dark points of that gradation go outside of your color gamut that's achievable, you're going to get blocked up at the end. So it might not be a smooth gradation from A to B. It might be smooth from A from 1% to 80%, and then 80% to 100%. Basically looks like the same color. And that's because all of these colors outside of the gamut are being pushed close together. Whereas with perceptual, there is a disadvantage because it is moving everything in relationship. if you have like a 2% color, it is possible that it's going to move that 2% into a 0%, but you'll still have a smooth gradation because that relationship has been maintained. Again, the gray balance uses only the linearization, so that's going to give you smooth curves, smooth gradations, but it's not going to produce any sort of color corrected image. Black point compensation is basically it retains the tonal range of the relative colorimetric scheme, but it is less accurate. And it might be less pleasing. It's going to be similar to perceptual where it's moving more of the colors, but it's going to give you a less pleasing appearance. And it might be less accurate than just using either of the other colorimetrics because again, it's going to move more of the dots. Just a note, all of these rendering intents can vary from raster to vector, and it is very important that you match them one to another. If you have a file with an image and you have a file with vector and you're having them treated differently, you might have some color shifts in colors that are supposed to be the same. Let me bounce out of here because I already talked about that. When you are creating a new set, oh, I already talked about that too. I apologize, bouncing around a little bit. I did want to talk about, and I know Carissa touched on this, the color charts. So if you have an RGB colors chart or a CMYK color chart, basically it is mixing colors to give you a chart for you to be able to pick one. If you use the lab color chart, what that does is it takes your base color. So if we just, and 75. So what this is going to do is it's going to take that base color and instead of mixing other colors to achieve the desired effect, it is going to use variations of lightness, your A model and your B model to achieve that. So you're basing this whole color chart off of the same color that you started with. So instead of mixing other colors, you are getting different variations. So some of these are going to be slightly brighter. Some of them are going to be slightly darker, but it is not necessarily going in and adding more cyan. It is doing that. It is changing that for all of these. But this, in my opinion, is a better way of dialing down an exact color that you want. Because you're basing it off of that original color instead of just randomly mixing other colors. And that's why I described the lab color space, so that you know what these axes are actually doing. As a way of remembering what LAB stands for, or what the axis might stand for when you're representing like in a, since you might have positive and negative colors. Obviously, that's a huge shift when you go from positive to negative. The way I remember it is L is lightness, A is for apple, green apples are negative to me, and red apples are positive. So if I have a negative number, that's going to go towards green. If I have a positive number, that's going to go towards red. And B stands for blueberries and bananas. I happen to like bananas better, so that's a positive for me. And I don't dislike, but blueberries are less favorite to me. So if it is a negative, that means it's going towards blue. That's just a little way of knowing when I look at an LAB number, since it's just 3 numbers, sometimes it's hard to remember what they represent. I use lightness, apples, bananas, and blueberries. So that is the lab color chart. Another thing I wanted to bring up is it's possible that you might open up one of these color charts and it's just a blank screen. That's because it doesn't show anything until you actually go in and type something and then add it. and then you'll have the options. That can happen in the CMYK color chart as well. If there doesn't happen to be anything in there, when it opens up, it will be blank, and you basically just have to enter a name and tell it to add that name. Let me jump out to my PowerPoint and see what I missed. I talked about the input profiles. Just to dive into the color calibrations, or not the color calibrations, the calibrations on the printer itself. There are a couple of user calibrations, and it's always good to go through these calibrations to make sure that your printer is in its optimal condition. You might see in solids where it looks a little grainy, and maybe last week it didn't look a little grainy, but the color looks right. And to the naked eye, it doesn't look like your alignments are off. But if they are just slightly off, then it can cause a grainy effect in your image as well. And these are available in all of our printers in the user's menu. Sorry. So in this example of the drop position adjustment, you can do it for specific carriage speeds, scan direction, or you can tell it to basically do all that is available on that machine, and then it's going to step through. It's best to have a loop instead of doing this with the naked eye. So if you have a loop is like a magnifying glass. And basically, it's going to print 2 rows for each one of these scan direction settings, and you want to tell it where the lines line up best. It's basically a bidirectional calibration. Your printers generally print, except for the UJFs, generally print in both directions, and this helps line up the dots when it's going left to right versus right to left. The other adjustment is the feed compensation, and this is essentially how far the media is advancing. So if you run this test and you have a white line, you need to shrink that line, so you need to enter a more negative number than what is currently on the printer. If a dark line appears, you need to open that up, so you need to increase that number. From my experience, it's best to move it 10 to 25 points to see the adjustment, and then fine tune it from there. If you just adjust it by 1, you're not really going to see a big change from one print to the next, just because it's not a perfect world, and you might, it might be off by that much anyways. When you use the, this is essentially a 1-pass print, which no one is ever going to print at. So there's always going to be a little bit of overlap and a little bit of dithering between passes. So just because you might see a faint line here, when you actually go to run production, it's not likely that you're going to see that line. But if it looks pretty decent, and if you loop this, these gray areas are actually made up of a dot pattern, so you can actually see how far the dots are off. And that is all I really have, unless Carissa has something specifically she wants me to touch on that I didn't touch on.
So in your opinion, let them know what is the best thing. So most of the time, let's say that same file that we gave them that has vector artwork in part of it and photographs in the other. So when we're going back to color matching, kind of show them what you think the best results they're going to get if they have, maybe it's an RGB photograph in there, or maybe we have things that are both, kind of explain to them what you think is the best as far as the color match settings, if they have photographs and that.
Yeah, generally, since not everyone is a color expert, perceptual is going to give you a very pleasing image. So if that's what is desired by your end user, perceptual is going to be good. And again, I prefer that they match. If you have an illustration with a 30, 30, 30, 100 black in it, and an image with a 30, 30, 30, 100 black in it, and you pick different rendering intents, those blacks might not match. So that's why I prefer to have them match. If accuracy is of the utmost importance, so if you're dealing with an ad agency and they're giving you a Pantone color, I would pick relative. And again, you're going to lose some details and gradations, but that's going to give you the most accurate spot color matching. Again, I have changed my input profiles to Grackle. That's just because that's what I was using in my Illustrator program. The default in Illustrator is swoop coded. So if you don't know any better, I would put swoop coded in here and leave this at Adobe RGB, and then you're going to match your output program. I would say 99.5% of people who are designing out there don't even know about these color settings within the design applications. If you're in Illustrator, just for example, and you go to colors, edit and color settings, this is what it is going to use by default. So it uses US swoop coded version 2. So if no one has changed this, this is most likely what you would want to have in your RasterLink. Another thing that I do like to do both in Photoshop and Illustrator is I come in and I turn on all of these buttons right here. Because if your customer has designed in something other than what you have set up as your working space or the default working space, it's going to give you a pop-up saying, hey, the customer is doing something different. So maybe it's that 0.1% of people out there that have actually gone in and changed something. I'm not saying you need to use what they have, because if you use what you're used to, you know you're going to get a predictable result. But it at least lets you answer the question, do you want me to switch it to your space or do you want me to keep it in their space? Just realize that if you move it to their space, you might have to do a test print before you do the final output. I did have one other example that I forgot to show. I have a little program here, and I have loaded up 3 different color spaces here. So the really big one, this grid is lab, so it's everything. The really big one that you see here is RGB. The middle one that you see here is a JV330 running 3M material in the SS21 ink. This inner one is the Grackle CMYK color space. So you can see they do overlap a little bit. I do not tend to tell people to convert their images to CMYK just because you have a CMYK printer. Because what happens in Illustrator and Photoshop is you take all of this RGB information and you bring it into this really small color gamut right here when your printer is actually capable of doing a little bit more. So if you are dealing with RGB images, I prefer to let the RIP make those changes because it knows your output profile. And I'm going to turn a couple of these off real quick just to show you something else. So here we are back to, here's our Pantone 165, and it's outside of our color gamut. But if I come in here and I make this translucent, I actually have another color in here that is inside my color gamut. So just to show you in kind of a 3D color space, if I pick perceptual rendering intent, this dot is going to move to the edge, and this dot, which can be accurately represented, is going to move a little bit in this 3-dimensional color space. If I pick regular or absolute colorimetric, this guy here is not going to budge and is going to be accurate. This guy is going to come to the edge. If you have 3 guys out here, all lined up, like in this dimension, say it's a gradation, they're all going to come into this color space if you pick colorimetric. The relationship of these 3 dots will be maintained if you pick perceptual. So this guy is going to move in, this guy would move in a little bit more, and then your last guy would be on the edge. So that's just a real quick rendering of what is happening in those rendering intents. But for me, generally, I would tell a print shop, don't change your default color settings because your customers probably don't even know that they're there. And then I would make your RasterLink match what those are as well. That's probably the biggest advice I could have. Depending on color shifts, the Pure K is a nice feature to have. Probably the biggest thing, and this is a longer conversation, but one of the biggest things that I would recommend any shop do is recalibrate their material. Because what happens over time is, even though you have very good, reliable printers, like everything else in life, you know, on your car, you change your tires every now and then. And God forbid, hopefully you never have to change a print head. But what happens is your print head gets some wear and tear as well. When it's brand new and the RIP says print 30% cyan, you're going to get a 30% cyan dot firing out of that print head. Over time, though, if it gets really old, all of that action going out your print head may have made that hole a little bit bigger. Or you may have a very slight clog. It's still printing fine, looks great, nozzle test looks perfect, but it might be restricting that ink a little bit. So what's going to happen is that 30% cyan that RasterLink thinks is you're happy with might actually be 32% or 35% or 28% or 35%. It could go either way. And what that is going to do is going to cause a slight color shift over time. So by doing a recalibration, which is in the tools menu here, what that does is it lets RasterLink know the current state of your printer so that it can reproduce that 30% cyan dot effectively. What that's going to give you is color consistency over time. So if you do your calibrations like once a month, you're not going to see a change every month. But the important part of calibration is to fix the fluctuations before you can see them with the naked eye. Because the minute you see them yourself and you do a recalibration, you're never going to be able to match what you printed yesterday when it was uncalibrated. It's going to make that change. So if you keep up and you keep your calibrations up, it's going to give you color consistency over time. The calibration does require a spectrophotometer, which would be over here under the devices. They're calling it a colorimeter here. But basically, it's a spectrophotometer. They range in price from inexpensive to a small car. So the i1 Pro, the i1 Pro 3 are, I believe, under $2,000. If you go to like a Barbieri LFP, they can be up to $15,000, but that's because it does a lot of special features that aren't really necessary for calibrations. RasterLink itself does not have the ability to build a color profile from scratch. If you are really wanting to get the most out of your printer, or if you have a special media where you can't download that media from the Mimaki website, you could build your own profiles. There's a separate Mimaki program called MPM3. See the little icon down here, Mimaki Profile Maker. And you would use that same spectrophotometer to build your profiles. Another thing you can do with that spectrophotometer, though, is actually measure a color that your customer brings in the front door, and it would actually show you what its lab value is, so that you have a starting point for color matching it instead of going into Illustrator and making 4 million swatches yourself. You could go into color charts and actually add those values. But from a color perspective, again, this is my soapbox. I really think that color calibrations, running those calibrations occasionally is what really gives you the color consistency over time. One other thing I wanted to mention too, now that I'm looking at this screen, especially on our flatbed printers, if you have white and clear, you need to make sure that you go at least one step above the default on your pass counts for the maps application to take place, and that's the feathering in between passes that it does to minimize banding. If you use the default, you may see a little bit of banding in your white and clear.
Okay, and thank you, Jill, for that. And I also want you guys to understand that there's a reason why some of our machines have orange ink and light ink, light colors and light cyan and the light black. So can you touch on that, Joel, on, some colors are not just not in the gamut of a CMYK printer, and that's why some of them will have those special colors like that orange ink, and kind of
Yes.
explain to them what happens, because like 021 orange, everybody understands what 021 orange is, and we always are fighting with that color. Will you kind of explain to them when that color is just not possible?
Yeah. So obviously, going back to our little model here again, your orange is going to be in this zone over here. So this was just made with CMYK, light cyan, light magenta. So if we had the ink set that had the orange in it, this model would bow out a little bit right here. We'd be able to achieve possibly this particular Pantone color, which is on the red side. So that is what is called an extended gamut color. It actually adds to the normal CMYK. If we were to pick one of the color models, the same one that has orange, I think has light black, what that might give you is a little bit more detail at the top here, where you can achieve some lighter but not white colors. The light black is not necessarily gamut extending. That's going to be like orange, red, blue, anything that's atypical of CMYK. Like I know our Tiger Press uses blue ink instead of cyan ink, and that's just based on where it needs to fill out. So it would maybe come in a little bit on the cyan and kind of bubble out over here. So each ink set basically changes this model a little bit. One thing to keep in mind is when you have light cyan and light magenta, those stem from way back before the printers had variable dot technology. Some printers still do not have variable drop size technology. So the light cyan and light magenta was invented to give you smoother gradations and smoother facial tones. With the advent of variable drop technology, you can achieve a lot of that with just the standard CMYK. And what it does is it just shoots a smaller dot when less ink is needed. But then if you take that a little bit step further and you use that lighter colored cyan and magenta, it's going to give you more detail, maybe a little bit less graininess in your fine art reproductions and your facial tones and stuff like that. So you'll have smoother gradations, but it is not necessarily going to change this color model like orange, the orange ink would.
Okay, so we're almost ready for our question and answer session, but I want you guys to understand that we understand that color is, it can be a lot and it can be a monster sometimes. And if you're having problems hitting your color, we're showing you some ways in RasterLink that you can help to find a better color system. But I do want to stress that not all color profiles are made. are not the same. So you'll
Mhm.
see a color profile for PVC gloss, and you'll see one for PET, and you'll see one that maybe can be for backlit material. Can you kind of go through a little bit of what those ink density levels are going to be? And so if they have a material that might be close to the PVC gloss or a wallpaper material that we don't have a profile for, what kind of profiles are going to be best for that? Because you don't want to use a transparent profile on a material that's not transparent.
Right. So a lot of the transparent profiles, especially if you're specifically picking backlit, it is going to have more ink generally in that profile because light is shining through it, and that's going to basically wash out the ink a little bit. Those profiles are much more difficult to make. That's when you start getting into the neighborhood of needing that $15,000 Barbieri, because you need what's called a transmissive spectrophotometer. But basically, you want to try and match as best as you can. So if you're printing on like a paper, you're not going to use something that is meant for PVC gloss, because PVC gloss can probably hold more ink than a paper can. You're going to start, it'll start cockling on you and all sorts of weird things. So while there isn't a profile for everything, there is generally a profile that is going to get you close to what you want. Um, if you have to be very, very specific, then unfortunately you might need to just go the realm of having someone come out and build profiles or investing in that software. I would say at least 95% of the people out there are going to be able to find something um, in the profile manager that's going to work. Another thing to keep in mind is when you are dealing with, let me switch to a different printer here real quick, just that has more profiles. Um, I thought I did anyways. I was thinking about the one in the other room. Different manufacturers' materials tend to have a different white point. So if you have a 3M material, it might have a white point that if you actually measured it, it has a little bit of cyan cast to it. Or Avery might have a little bit of a pink cast to it. You can't even tell if they're not right on top of each other. But those profiles are built to take that into account. So one might shift a little bit more one direction than another. Without knowing specifically what your material might be, you don't know which one of those profiles to pick. But if you use a 3M profile and it looks like your print is overall a little bit too red, well, that material profile might be adding red because it's cyan based. So just switching to a different manufacturer's profile might do that minor color shift and get you where you need to be.
Our meeting is up, but let's open up the floor, everybody, and let's have some question and answers. I'm gonna turn everybody's mics on. So if you guys would like to chat with us or talk to us.
Yeah, I have a question. Can you share any tips or recommended features within RasterLink7 that help streamline pre-press workflows or reduce production time for large, complex print jobs?
I would say your favorites is probably going to help you streamline that. Your jig print functions are also, if you're doing flatbed, that's going to help you streamline that.
Mhm.
Other than that, just setting up those favorites so that you're controlling at least most of it, where I guess we're all making sure that we're not having to do reprints, right? Because reprints cost us money. And
Right.
I feel like those favorites definitely help you out so that, oh, I forgot to go ahead and trap that white, or I forgot to add that, put that resolution on it instead of the other resolution. I would say, that favorite thing is definitely going to help you out there.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
One thing too about the favorites that I always like to point out to people is if you bring a job in using a favorites, and say there's 10 elements within that favorite that you have done. You can still make the change to any number of those things, but it helps you remember that you don't have to redo those 10 things. So say you bring it in and you just need to, you want a different pass count. You don't have to remember that you did those 10 other things. You just go in and you change your pass count once you brought it in your favorite. You don't maybe necessarily need a favorite for that, but you also don't have to remember all of those other things that favorite encompasses. You just have to make the one change that you want to make. And you can do that after it comes in.
That's great. Thank you.
And the drop folders help too, so that the designer can have the shortcuts to those drop folders on their, on their desktop. And once they get done with a banner, they can put it in the banner favorite hot folder, acrylic, or maybe some one that does white ink. So it really does kind of help. That way, the person that's at the actual machine doesn't have to do so many clicking. So that does help out. Any other questions? Or is there anything else that we didn't cover today that in upcoming classes you guys would like to see?
Yes, just to go back to the one question, as far as the streamlining production, you do have the ability in your favorites to do the rip only in the execution thing. So your designers could be dropping things in there and they could be ripping, overnight or something like that, so that the operator has them already ripped in the morning when he comes in.
All right, and we had a question in the meeting chat that said, what YouTube channel will this be posted on? That is going to be on the Mimaki USA YouTube site is where that's going to be. Go ahead, Summer.
I'm just wondering, our printer has the cutter, we have the 300 160, and we aren't able to program it to cut in line. Like, it's just kind of like cutting sporadically, so it'll like go to the front, go to the back, and sometimes we have like a longer run and it's just like shooting it out and then going back and forth. Is there a way to set it so that we can basically go from like left to right or right to left, from front to back?
In the cut edit menu section of you do have, so in the image, you go, hold on, let me grab it. You can actually change something where it's called sorting, and sorting can actually change that a little bit, but unfortunately we don't have a whole lot of control in RasterLink what's going to cut first and what's going to cut next. You do have that more control if you send it through Finecut instead of letting RasterLink do it, but that makes it an extra step of having to send that cut data through Finecut instead of using RasterLink. But I'll share my screen really quick, and on the cut edit tab, you'll see right down here where it says sort, and you can change that a little bit. So it'll do the straight line or the art, but you can select sort and or unselect it, and that will change it somehow. Sometimes, but just remember it's going to cut kind of like it prints. It's gonna, usually what it'll do is it will start at the stuff that's in the front and then move towards the back. But unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of control over what cuts first, because I've noticed the same thing. I also noticed that just a little trick from me, that sometimes if you'll put your cut lines on a different layer in Illustrator, it'll also change sometimes how it sorts that material. So sometimes when I am doing a file, I'll have my half cut on top, and it'll seem like it'll go ahead and do the kiss cut first and then come back and do the perf cut. If I have set it up that way in my layers into Illustrator.
Okay, yeah,
Does that
I run
help?
a laser too, so that's what I do whenever I do that. But so with the sort, it's just giving like the options for Mimaki. Like it's basically just the printer is deciding what is the best option at that time, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we
Okay.
don't have a whole lot of control over that. Now, Finecut gives you a little more control, but if you don't have Finecut, or if you don't know how to use it, it still doesn't give you all of the control, but it does give you a little more control than what your regular RasterLink is going to do.
Thank you.
Mm. Go ahead, Kate.
I know she put a question in the Q&A. She's getting an error file for 6x9 Braille piano design, and a few others had to be skipped in the file in the download link when extracted. So I don't know if there's a link that's missing in the piano file.
No, there shouldn't be any links in that one.
It says it is, I'm getting an error file for the 6x9 piano design Braille, and a few others had to be skipped in the file and downloaded links when extracted. I don't know. Unless something got corrupted in the
And uploading it. That's what I'm kind of worried about. We
in
use the
uploading it.
yeah, we use the WeTransfer link on that.
Okay.
Sorry, it's a lot of files. So if there's another problem with it, I might go ahead and put another link up if possible. Oh, I'm going to put in here. Sorry, Joel, I'm giving everybody your email address. I am going to
No
put
problem.
my email address and Joel's email address in here. He'll add his too. And if you have problems, continue to have problems with those files, let us know and we'll send them over to you.
Sometime in the future too, we plan on having a more color specific virtual training as well. Believe it or not, I didn't say everything I had to say.
Well, that's okay. I didn't either. This is usually, and we do have in-person classes at our
Yes.
showrooms, and those are a little bit longer and a little more hands-on on the machines. So that is good. Oh, Christine, the files that you want are going to be, I'm going to put a like button up here and I'll put a little heart on it. And you'll see in the meeting chat section up at the top, you will find that WeTransfer link to download all of those files. All right, let's see what else we got. Got something else in the question and answer. Is there a recommended media profile for holographic printing? Would a clear material profile be best? Is her question. Do you want to take that one, Joel? We can both maybe add in our 2 cents on that.
Yeah, the thing with the holographic material is, first off, I don't know if there is a specific profile for that or not.
There's not.
But generally with the holographic material, you're wanting that effect to come through. So I don't know if a clear material profile would be best, because that might actually have a little bit higher ink limit because it's generally meant to have light come through. So it might have a little bit more density. I would try just the standard PVC profile first.
Yeah,
It is going
standard
to give
gloss
you a slight
PVC.
color shift. It's going to be really hard to get an accurate color because that holographic material is like shooting yellows and blues and everything up through the ink. But as far as a density issue, I would probably just try the standard PVC.
What else I would say is a lot of the times when you're doing that holographic printing, maybe you're printing white. There are specific profiles, especially with our PET profiles, the Mimaki PET profiles, that are actually calibrated to our white ink. and you'll be able to see some of those profiles where it'll say color on top of white or white on top of color, especially with our flatbeds. And that means that those profiles are actually done from the white point of our ink instead of the white point of your material. So keep that kind
That's
of
a good
stuff
point.
in mind. All right, let's see what else. Oh, they would like to see some tutorials on 2.5D printing. That's perfect, Melissa. Me and Hugo are definitely trying to work on that. So is Joel. We've got the new 2.5D printing on our new UCJV 330. And we have been testing out and playing around with the 2.5D. I didn't want to include it on this one because it can get a little bit confusing as far as how the file is set up. And so, yes, I think that's a great idea. And me and Joel will start looking into putting together something for the 2.5D because that one is going to be very file specific. And I would like for us to be able to show you guys how to set up those files properly from the jump. And then are there any other ways to add more fonts to the variable edit? And Mark, I know exactly what you're talking about. What is going on is that the fonts that are available for the variable edit are going to be the fonts that are outside of folders that are in your system. So if you have a system that is wanting Arial, it'll see Arial as the regular, but if there's Arial bold and medium and all of that stuff inside the folders of your fonts, it is not going to see those. It does not have those. So sometimes it helps pulling those from outside of those folders. But unfortunately, a lot of the files, and it also will depend on what type of font that it is. So we're actually looking into that. But pulling those fonts out of those folders and just having them on, in the actual font folder sometimes can help you add more of those fonts to your variable edit options. We are going to do something on variable edit pretty soon where we'll be showing not only the variable edit program of RasterLink and how to add in your CVS files or your databases, and we'll show you that. And then me and Joel are also working on being able to show you guys how to do it through InDesign, which I like doing, and it seems a little bit faster. And then Mark, you can do that, use any font you want as far as that goes. Because remember, in our, we also didn't go over our jig print function, but there's really great videos out there on that. And in those presentations, there is a lot of links to a lot of videos out there that will help you on some of the 2.5D and the variable. And so, if you guys are not watching our events page, our upcoming classes will be on there. And as there's also links to some of on our website, there's also links on the resources page of not only white papers, but 2 other videos that are showing you tips and tricks. Let's see what else. Yes, the color, Joel's color PowerPoint is also going to be available. You're going to have the PowerPoint presentation that I usually use and the PowerPoint presentation that he has on his color, and both of them will be there for you guys to find out. Oh, I see what Kate was talking about. So Kate was saying that she's getting an error for the file of the EPS. So the EPS files, remember the EPS files, if you're trying to bring those EPS files, what she's talking about is the files that you're supposed to drop into the hot folder. So I gave you 2 files. I gave you the AI file so that you can see how I set it up. And then I gave you the 2 files that you're supposed to drop into your hot folder. If you get an error when you're dropping it into the hot folder, it might be because you have not downloaded those Braille profiles. So you'll have to go into RasterLink, and if you have a machine that can do the Braille, high speed or standard, then you will find those profiles available to download. And then when you drop them in, you will not get that error. How to input profiles how about the input profiles for Corel Draw, Joel? What do you got for us for
Yeah.
Corel Draw?
Yeah, I answered that.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
you did?
I am familiar with Corel Draw, but my assumption is that they're going to use the same basic input profiles as the Adobe products, and that they would keep those input profiles in the same Windows systems folder. Not 100% sure on that, and I don't know in Corel Draw, I don't have a license for it, how to actually change those profiles around. But my assumption is that they're going to use the same two base profiles as the Adobe products.
They do. They just they use a lot of lab instead of CMYK, especially when everybody understand when you're doing in Corel Draw, if you are making a spot color, it is going to use a lab mix instead of a CMYK mix. And RasterLink sometimes has a problem seeing those. So if you are doing Corel Draw and you're having problems, I do have a color swatch library that I can send to you for Corel Draw. No primer needed for doing Braille on acrylic. Bernie, I'm glad you asked this question. And yes, you can, but it will also depend on whether your machine has the ability to use primer or not. And we do have an upcoming class, hopefully that me and Hugo are going to do upcoming. And we're just going to go over adhesion with you guys. So let's all make sure when we're talking about Braille, all of us are clear that the most used material in Braille is usually Romark. Romark is not used to print on. Romark is used for routing out or cutting out and milling out the lettering. Understand that Romark material, a lot of it will have some kind of DuPont coating over the top of it. And you are not going to get the dye level of the surface on Romark that is going to be acceptable for UV ink. Some of the surfaces are different than others, but we're going to have a hard time, even with primer, printing to what is used right now, which is Romark, out there in the field. But there is a lot of materials such as PVCs, such as the digital acrylics, even some of the other acrylics that you can use a primer, whether it be our PR200 primer or many of the primers that are available out there for UV ink and substrates. And adhesion is kind of like color. There could be a lot of details in it. And we'll talk to you guys a little bit more about adhesion coming up, but I definitely suggest that you guys do adhesion testing. And if you need a primer, you can either use the PR200 primer to get the dye level of the surface correct to accept UV ink, or there's many different UV primers out there that can help prime that material and get it ready so that you have good adhesion on that. Now remember, our UV inks are going to be different and they're going to have different adhesion values. Your LH100 is going to have different adhesion values than, say, your 120 inks. So please make sure that you're doing your adhesion testing, especially when you're doing your Braille applications. We do have a list of materials that we feel like works best for Braille. And if you want to email us, we can definitely give you the list for that. Where can you tell me where to find my hot folder in my C drive? I hope I did go through that on the recording. And so hopefully, Kelly, you can go back and look at that. Is there anything else I'm missing that
I'm
you see,
going to
Jill?
paste that right now.
Thank you.
I'm going to paste the link there. Other than, all the stuff that we didn't talk about.
I know. Yes.
Yes.
If somebody asked, hey, do I need to purchase that ID cut option? No, that is a free software that you can download if you have a plotter or if you have RasterLink or one of our machines with a cutter, you can definitely use the ID cut option. The ID cut option also works on our flatbeds. So if you're wanting to print something on the flatbed and move it over to your plotter or one of our CFX cutting tables that we just released, you can use the ID cut function to do that and cut stuff from your little flatbeds as well.
Maggie had a question over under the chat about her TXF 300.
Like navy blue on black shirts. Did you read that one, Joel? That one is, it's really going to depend on exactly what profile you're using over there on your TXF 300. There's several different profiles that you can download. Most of them are going to be pretty, decent. I really like I think it was the stalls that I really liked, the profile on that one. One of our other generic profiles is nice, but it's also going to be dependent on what your navy blue looks like, especially on a black shirt, on how dense your white ink is going to be. So, you're gonna, the more dense that you make the DTF prints, your white ink, the, more plasticky type feel that you're gonna get. So you might be where you're not using enough white ink to get the navy blue that you're wanting, or maybe switch that color profile over to a different profile and see if you maybe can get a better navy blue, or go back and watch Joel's tips on what you can change in your color management settings to maybe get a little better navy blue on that black shirt. Thank you for staying on with us for so long, and we really appreciate it. Hope you guys got a lot of valuable information from us today, and we will just continue to keep doing this. And thank you for joining us. And leave comments if you want to when we post it onto YouTube. And thank you very much, Joel, for doing this with me. And we'll see you guys next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todos. Buenas tardes.